What's up, everybody? Good morning. What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Thursday. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in. If it's on the radio dials at 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Streaming us online at our website, sportstalk1051.com. Got your Alexa, just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Also, you got the video stream up and rolling on YouTube here this morning. So you can join us in the conversation, in the chats over there. Texting lines open. That Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Multiple different ways for you to be joining us on this Thursday morning. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? Well, Brewers couldn't get it done yesterday afternoon. They jumped out to an early lead, 1-0, but as we kind of thought, the Cubs came in attack mode, putting up 4 runs. Quinn Priester, not his best stuff. Cubs taking advantage of it, putting up those 4 runs in the first, and that was enough for the Cubs. Brewers had a couple chances towards the end to chip away, and well, they did chip away, but to tie it, maybe even take the lead and such, but wasn't in the cards, I guess. So we get to game 4, which is tonight at 8:08. Pat Murphy, yes, last night not ready to name who the starter was going to be for the Brewers. Kind of feels like it's going to be Freddie Peralta, especially since the Brewers used Quintana out of the bullpen last night. And Quintana, I mean, he looked sharp too, but used him. So you kind of look at could it possibly be a Robert Gasser maybe as an opener and such? I don't know. It kind of seems like it's going to be Freddie, maybe. And it would still set up to where Freddie could get like game 2 if the Brewers were to win game 2 in the National League Championship Series. But we'll kind of see what Pat Murphy maybe has up his sleeve or what the Brewers have up their sleeves for tonight's game. But how you feeling about tonight's game, Brewers? Did yesterday maybe, after they stopped the bleeding a little bit and they kind of chipped away a little bit, you still feel confident in your ball club? Do you still feel good about the Brewers for tonight's game? Are you a little bit nervous? I'll say this though. I think if Freddie is starting tonight, gotta win this game. Gotta win this game with Freddie on the mound. I completely agree with what Brandon Woodruff said last week. Where after game 1, I think it was. When Freddie's on the mound, when Freddie's the starter, they got to win those games. He's the horse. He's the ace of the staff. And if he's going to get that start and not knowing potentially who could start a game 5, got to win that start with Freddie Peralta. So if he is the guy tonight, I really believe they got to come away with this win. But we'll talk plenty of Brewers throughout the morning. But how I mean, do you look at this game 4? And I know, potentially there could be a game 5 if the Cubbies were to get that win and such and move back to Milwaukee and that, but I don't want to get to that situation. I don't want to get to that scenario. So, but plenty of Brewers chats on the dockets for us this morning. So we'll hit that up. Give me your thoughts. Give me a vibe check again. Okay, scale of 1 to 10. 10 feeling it's in the bag, bro. We got it. Gonna be a W tonight. 0, it's like nope. Game 5. All right, hit me up with those vibe checks. 715-830-1912. So we'll throw a little football chat in here this morning. Packers returning to practice yesterday again. Zach Tom practiced. Aaron Banks practiced. Christian Watson practiced. No Devontae Wyatt, so it kind of seems like he's probably going to be out this weekend going up against the Bengals and such. Speaking of football, we are going to chat with RJ Cardinal today. So RJ is going to be joining us. We're going to do a little Zoom action. Got the Zoom working in that, so we'll hit that up. And then after him at 9:05 ish, it's our fantasy football chat with Mr. Eric Balkman. So if you have any questions with your fantasy football teams, with your fantasy football lineups, let me know. All right. Text those on over so we can get those to Eric. Let him help you set up your week 6 lineup. Okay. Any question, PPRs, guillotine leagues, right? Whatever type of fantasy football league you got, Eric's probably playing it. So any question you have, send those on over. Let him help you set up your week 6 lineup. What else do we got on the docket here for a little Thursday morning? We'll do a little Am I Wrong? I think kind of my Am I Wrong is I feel like you got to win tonight's game with Freddie Peralta, like I was just saying a few minutes ago. I think that's my Am I Wrong for this Thursday morning. But what are your Am I Wrongs? I want to give you the opportunity. I want to hear from you, okay? So if you're like, well, what's this? We've been doing it for a little bit. But, it's a statement. It's a sports statement. It's a sports opinion that you feel 100% about, that it's completely true, that it's completely factual, that you would have a respectful banter debate about. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? So send those over if it's appropriate, if it's a good one, if it's something that I like, shoot on over. We'll throw it up on the air for you. So we'll do a little Am I Wrong coming at you this morning too. Hockey fans probably getting pumped. If you're a Wild fan, Minnesota Wild are going to be starting their season tonight. The NHL season officially starting a couple days ago, but first game up for the Wild will be tonight. So probably maybe double dipping on the viewing and listening for tonight. Although I wonder, double check the weather for Wrigley for tonight's game. A late one, 8:08. Man, so Brewers just put up a big number right away, so we can put this in the bag or something. But that's kind of your game plan for us this morning. No outdoors chat with Jake on a Thursday because he's not able to Zoom in until we get our new phones set up and situated and that. So, but we'll hopefully chat with Jake next week and such. But we'll lead it off talking about last night's Brewers game. Your thoughts, your opinions, your reaction from last night's game, and then looking ahead to Game 4 tonight. I want that vibe check. All right. Last night, Quinn Priester couldn't make it through the first, giving up 4 earned runs, including a home run right away to Michael Busch, Pete Crow Armstrong with the big hit on and bases loaded. And Nick Mears coming in. Quintana looks sharp, giving them 3 solid innings. Anderson also looking good, giving them 2 innings. And Chad Patrick looked sharp too, giving them just under 2 innings of work last night. So after Priester, the bullpen, guys coming in, kind of shutting it down, stopping the bleeding, allowing the Brewers offense a chance to get back in it. And Brewers offense chipped away at it ever so slightly after going up 1-0 in the top of the first, adding a run in the 4th, adding a run in the 7th. But it was that 7th inning. You had bases loaded. It's like, 4th, it was Bauer's solo shot. It's just like, they had opportunities. They had opportunities. What was it? 2 for 9, I think, in runners in scoring position. But they had, so maybe that gives you a little bit more confidence heading into tonight's game, maybe. But Pat Murphy also throwing a different lineup out there. Yelich did lead off the game. Chirio moving down to 2, Terang at 3, Contreras 4, Frelick 5. No Vaughn in this game because they wanted to get some lefties in. Bauer's in there, but he did have the home run, had a couple hits for the Crew last night with a couple RBIs. So, but let's break this thing down, shall we? Recapping last night's game and looking ahead to a big game for tonight. Your thoughts, I want to hear from you. Hit me up, 715-830-1912. We'll take a quick break. and get things rocking and rolling on another Game Day Thursday. Stick around. We'll be back after these quick words. With the youth hunts coming up here this weekend, but first of all, best of luck to all of our youth hunters out there. If you do have any luck, first off, make sure you send us those pictures so that we can help you brag a little bit. Okay, so send those pictures. Just save a nice one up there. show for a little bit later on, okay? Just throwing that out there. But I gotta switch to the video thing here, don't I? Yeah, I got. Bear with me. Bear with me. There we go. But anyways, what I was going at, it's a good reminder for maybe the rest of us who are not participating in the youth hunt. Get the regular deer gun season coming up next month. So it's a good time to go visit our friends at Tilden Gun. Maybe you're still looking for that new deer rifle. Maybe you need some accessories. Maybe you need a new scope. Maybe you need some ammo and such. Hey, Tilden Gun's got you covered. Stop by their shop, 12427 90th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. You can also check out their website, tildengun.com. Let them help you find that new deer rifle as you hit the woods coming up maybe next month for the national holiday in the state of Wisconsin, state holiday in the state of Wisconsin, the Blaze Orange Army. Can you believe it's going to be like just a month? Man, coming up here. Temperatures though right now lately, oh yeah, that doesn't get your hunting mojo going here a little bit. I don't know what does. Can't wait to be hitting the woods this weekend for a little bow hunting action. So, all right, let's get things a rocking and a rolling here this morning. We'll talk some Brewers, recapping last night's loss from the Brew Crew. As we said, Brewers jumped out to a 1-0 lead, had an opportunity in the first inning, top of the first inning, to put up some more runs and really put some damage against the Cubs there. Had bases loaded. Sun played in the Brewers' favor with that sky-high pop-up in the infield from Contreras, able to load the bases. Sal Frelick with the sacrifice fly, able to score Christian Yelich. But that was it for the scoring for the Brewers in the top of the first. Quinn Priester enters the game with a 1-run lead, and that was quickly evaporated, giving up a solo shot to Bush right away, and then 3 more runs. That was all the scoring the Cubs would do. 4 runs in the bottom of the first, but it was enough to hold on to victory. Brewers tried chipping away with that solo shot from Bowers in the fourth, or solo shot from Bowers. Was it blanking on the seventh? Excuse me, not the fourth, the seventh. Solo shot from Bowers in the seventh. Another run scored in the fourth, but couldn't quite catch up to him. Had bases loaded later on in the game. Had bases loaded with Bowers up. Thinking, okay, coming off that home run in the seventh, had the bases loaded in the eighth there. Could he get some runs across the board, and struck out? And there was other opportunities too. It wasn't just Bowers. Other dudes had opportunities. Joey Ortiz, there was an opportunity for him to put up some RBIs and such, but wasn't in the cards for the Brewers as they ultimately fell 4-3. And last night, Pat Murphy had to use Quintana coming out of the bullpen, with Priester not even lasting 1 inning. And Quintana was solid. I mean, this was his first action since coming off the injured list with that calf injury. And Quintana, first time too, coming out of the bullpen for him. And he looked good. He looked solid, I thought. Gave them some much-needed relief along with Anderson. Between those two, they went 5 innings, giving up just 3 hits, issuing just 1 walk, striking out 4. Kading coming in after that. And then Chad Patrick looked solid too in the back end, finishing it up, just going under 2 innings last night. But using guys like Quintana and Patrick, and then Priester not going deep into this game. What do the Brewers do for tonight's game? For game 4? Pat Murphy last night not announcing who would start, but it kind of seems like all signs will point to Freddie Peralta getting the start for the Brewers tonight. And if that's the case, I hate to be too dramatic with this thing, but if that's the case, I agree with what Brandon Woodruff said earlier or just a few days ago. Whenever Freddie Peralta is getting the start, they got to win. They got to win those games. And I completely agree with him. And when we look at Freddie Peralta's season, we know that, I mean, this was a career season for Freddie Peralta. An absolute career season for him. Dude was awesome all season long and picked up his first postseason win this year in game one of this season. But this would be the biggest game of his career, I think, if he does get that start tonight. If he's able to get that start tonight, I think it would be the biggest game of his career. And, if they advance, probably would say, well, it's the next one, and you hope it's not going to be his biggest one throughout the rest of his career, right? But there's no question this would be a big moment for Freddie Peralta's potential future paycheck, right? Looking at that too. But, yesterday we were talking about guys hitting at Wrigley Field and pitchers, and you look at Freddie, he's pitched at Wrigley Field twice this season, and he's come away with wins in both of those games. Pitched 11 total innings. Excuse me there. Only given up 3 earned runs, did give up 2 home runs, struck out 12, 2.45 ERA. Against the Cubs overall, Freddie Peralta in 4 games in the regular season, just looking at the regular season, 21 innings, 4 games, 3-1, 3.43 ERA. Opponent's batting average against him, 164. And at Wrigley, though, the opponent's batting average, the 2 games that he has pitched at Wrigley this regular season, 0.83. So he's gone through it. He's been there. He's got the experience pitching at Wrigley. It would not be a surprise whatsoever if Peralta gets the start tonight. But that's why I keep saying if he gets the start, I think it's a must win. Because then if let's go with the glass half empty approach. Say the Brewers don't win tonight. Then you go to game 5. You're in Milwaukee. Who's the next man up? You just use Priester. You just used Quintana. So who would be the next one? Do you go with the Miz? You got Robert Gasser, but he doesn't have a ton of experience this year, and it's game 5. Throws a lot up in there. Maybe it's another bullpen start with Aaron Ashby, and you're going with the route that we saw in game 2, possibly. And how comfortable would you feel doing that in a game 5 do or die situation? But I guess we'll approach that when we approach that, right? You hear Murphy's not the only one that says this, but you worry about tomorrow when it gets to tomorrow. We got to worry about tonight's game. Let's win this game. And if your ace, your horse is on the mound, let's get this W. Let's get the W. So I don't have a problem if Freddie Peralta gets the start. I don't think you can necessarily hold him for game 5. I mean, I understand the mindset for each one and such, but I think it may be a little bit of a different conversation, possibly if he struggled, has historically struggled at Wrigley Field. But Peralta hasn't. We just went through the numbers. He's good. He's been solid at Wrigley Field this season. So I don't have a problem throwing him out there tonight. And when you throw out a guy like that, when you give him the starts, the guys behind him, the offensive guys, there's going to be probably like, okay, we got our guy getting a start. There's that trickle-down effect of confidence. It's like, okay, he's out there. We're good. Time for us to do our job now. Let's back him up. He's going to give us his best effort. He's going to go out there and he's going to pitch awesome. He's going to put us in a position to win. It's our job now as hitters and position players to make sure we come away with this W. He's going to put us in, you got to have that mindset. He's going to put us in a position to win this game. We have to do our job now. Looking at last night's game, not trying to say a moral victory or anything like that, but you look how the first inning went, and you're kind of thinking, "Oh boy, is this going to be a blowout?" They put up the 4 runs. They're oozing confidence. They're oozing, you know, some swagger. Thinking it felt like originally it's like, okay, this is going to be one of those games where they just put up a big number. But I give a ton of credit to that Brewers team for locking it down. Those guys that came in, starting with Quintana, Mears was a little bit off too, or a little shaky. But you go to Quintana, you go to Anderson, and then Chad Patrick and such. I give a ton of credit to those guys for settling it down and stopping the bleeding and giving their offense a chance to get back in that ball game, which they did, just not enough. But I mean, if you look at that game after the first inning, and it was 4-1, and the way that the Cubs were just being aggressive with the ball, if you would have said the final score was going to be 4-3, you'd be like, "Whoa!" I would have expected that. So I give a ton of credit to those other pitchers that came in a tough situation. I mean, you got the crowd in it. You got an offense that's thinking right now, like, we're in the zone, and they stop that bleeding. It's just the Brewers offense. They had opportunities again. I think, once they inched a little bit closer and closer, you're thinking, are they going to do this? Is that momentum starting to change a little bit? They were just a couple big hits away from potentially tying it or taking the lead. And there was a couple plays too where it was just like, dang, a big one was when Lockridge put the butt down. And you had Caleb Durbin caught in that rundown. Now I know there was, you look at it a replay, it's like, oh man, Shaw was struggling to get the ball out. If he just continues to run at home, can he make that? If he slides, he might be safe. A lot of us who've played baseball, when we've been in a pickle, there's not a whole lot of time for thinking. And I know Pat Murphy at the end said he wanted Caleb Durbin to keep going and try to force a play at the plate. I get that. I understand that. But at the same time, in a pickle, you're just like, and Caleb's trying to direct traffic and to get those guys, hey, get over to third, Lockridge, get over to second, trying to stay in that rundown long enough to advance the other runners. So I get it from Durbin's point of view, maybe not trying to make that play, and he probably can't tell if the guy's struggling to get the ball out. So, but you had a play like that. You had bases loaded. You had runners in scoring position, but they weren't able to get the job done. Missed opportunities from the Brewers offense. But I give a ton of credit to those guys that came in and settled it down, stopped the bleeding. Quintana, Anderson, Patrick, those guys did a heck of a job last night in a very, very tough situation. All right. We got to take a quick break, but we'll have more Brewers talk coming up here. Your thoughts, text it to us, 715-830-1912. We'll be back after these quick words. When it comes to flooring, homeowners in the Chippewa Valley trust Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable tile and stylish luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center offers a wide selection of high quality flooring options to fit any style and budget. Customers appreciate their knowledgeable staff, expert advice, and professional installation, making the process smooth from start to finish. Locally owned and operated, Carpet City Flooring Center understands the needs of Wisconsin homes and takes pride in delivering personal hometown service. So whether you have a home, maybe a office, a business that needs some new flooring, look no further than Wisconsin's premier flooring store, Carpet City Flooring Center, right here in Eau Claire. Check them out today by visiting them at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. When you go there, ask about the putting green flooring. Maybe they can add to your man cave too. So, all right. So we've got a late one tonight, Brewers fans. 8:08 first pitch. We got a big worm with a question saying, "Morning, Dan." In the eighth, we had runners on first, second, nobody out. Terang was up. He's one of our better bunters on the team. Why not bunt those guys over? Your thoughts? I think for a couple ones here, and I'm not saying I necessarily agree with them, but I think for a couple of reasons here was one, I the three hitter. I don't know if that for some people we've heard this as a philosophical thing. Three hitter, you don't want a bunting and such. But I've also have seen or I've read and heard Pat Murphy gives the option to those hitters up there. He gives the option to him up there. So maybe Terang didn't want a bunt or something like that. But when you're in that situation, we've seen the Brewers do it how many times? So I don't necessarily agree with the decision out there. I think it's a questionable one and such. Play a little small ball in that aspect, but I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. I don't know if it was the mindset. Hey, the three hitters in there. We're not going to bunt with the three hitter, especially Terang, who has put up really good numbers at Wrigley Field this year. So maybe there was a little bit of that played into it. I don't know. I'm throwing out some potential reasonings why. Just throwing them out there. C-Bomb says I would rather save Freddie for Game 5 if needed. That sets him up to start the NLDS or puts our best pitcher on the bump in a deciding game at home. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Sets him up to start the NLDS. If he pitches, because we are in the NLDS, if he pitches today and the Brewers lose, what do we have for Game 5 that gives you extreme confidence? But I don't like having a mindset of like, let's play for Game 5. I don't like that. I understand trying to save your best guy for a potential decisive game, but let's go for the win tonight. Why not go for the win tonight? I don't like necessarily, especially now if Freddie was on short rest, if he was like on 3 days rest, okay, different conversation. But he's on normal rest. He's on normal rest. So I don't have a problem using him tonight, especially since he's had really good success at Wrigley Field. I don't like the mindset of, all right, let's play for a Game 5. But I get it. I understand, like, because then you have the question of who do you put out there for Game 5? I get it. And it's a legit question because I don't know what you do for Game 5. I really don't if you get to that. But I want to have a mindset. Let's just go win the dang thing tonight. Let's just go win the game tonight. Let's get it done with. And then we can worry about NLCS. Who's going to start Game 1 or whatever. If it was short rest for Freddie Peralta, okay, maybe we do something different. And then he's ready to go for a Game 5. If he was a guy that really struggled at Wrigley Field this season, okay, maybe we look at something different. But I factor in normal rest. Guy's been really good. He's your stud. You are up 2-1. You have one more win to go. I don't like playing scared, and I don't like playing for the next game instead of the current game. Let's just get this done. Let's just win the flipping game tonight. That's the mindset I want, and that's I hope the mindset of this team. Let's go for it. Let's just do it. Let's not play scared. Let's go for the now. And if this is the mindset that they have had all season long, this is what Pat Murphy has always said. We play to win tonight. Play to win tonight. We're not playing to win tomorrow. We're not playing to win on the weekend. Playing to win tonight. And I know a lot of people say, "Oh, that's just typical coach speak and manager speak." But if that's your mindset and that's what you keep preaching, then you do that. You do it tonight. Go play to win tonight. But I understand. I get it. I understand. Like, okay, but what if they lose tonight? Then what do you do for game five? It's a legit question. But at the same time, I mean, wasn't it just yesterday or the day before? A lot of people are saying, "All right, I trust Pat Murphy, and Pat Murphy we trust." And I wasn't quite sure what the vision was for game two, but outside of Ashby and the one pitch, it worked out. I think we gotta trust Pat Murphy in this situation. We gotta trust what he's gonna do. If we could say, we could say that phrase after every win or after every decision that works. We gotta say it right now leading up to this game. I mean, the other options, I was just reading a little bit from Adam McCulvey. Um, as he said, Freddie Peralta would be on 4 days rest, or what used to be known as, quote, regular rest before 5 days became the norm. Otherwise, Aaron Ashby again. Do you go Robert Gasser? I don't know. If Freddie's ready to go, I think you go with him. That's just my opinion, though. Because if you don't pitch him tonight, then are you just throwing away the game tonight and just going to say, hey, let's just throw out Robert Gasser. We'll just do, an opener and playing for game five. I don't want to give the Cubbies some confidence rolling into a game five at American Family Field. I don't want to do that. That to me would be the worst thing possible. Let's get this thing done tonight. Let's wrap this up. Let's wrap it up with our ace. Because, the other thing here too is, okay, if you wait for him for game five, then you're probably not going to have him until game three of the NLCS. It's Yeah, it's a tough situation and it's a tough decision, and I'm glad I'm not in it. And I think a lot of people are probably glad they're not in that situation either or that decision making process. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll wrap up the first hour. Don't forget, send me those fancy football questions for Mr. Balkman. Okay. Send those on over. Text it to us 715-830-1912. We'll take a quick break here and we'll be back after these quick words. Deer season, football season, baseball season, it doesn't matter. Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire has hunters and tailgaters covered. Known for expert venison processing, Mike's turns that hard-earned deer into high-quality cuts, sausages, and more. And for the next big game, make sure you grab some of their famous homemade brats, perfect for any tailgate party. Where are we at? There we go. Local flavor, weird buttons getting. Local flavor, family service, and quality you can taste. That's Mike's Star Market. Stop on in today and taste the difference for yourself. All right. Let's good piece by Kurt Hogg. So going to the debate whether we should start or whether the Brewers should start Freddie Peralta or do a different route. Kurt Hogg lays it out perfectly in his latest piece on the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. You can go read it for yourself, but just a couple of clips in this thing. Freddie Peralta, this option is the one that jumps off the page the most. Peralta's Milwaukee's ace, coming off not only his best year as a big leaguer, but also most recently a strong 5 2/3 innings in a Game 1 win against the Cubs. If the objective is to put the Cubs away before they get a chance to send the series back to Milwaukee for a winner-take-all, why mess around and give the ball to anyone but your best starter? It may seem like the obvious choice, but there are some reasonable counters to pitching Peralta in Game 4. Chief among those might be that if the Brewers bullpen has been mostly lights out in this series, save for a Nico Horner in Game 1 against Jared Koenig. The only runs allowed by Brewers have been by the starters, though Aaron Ashby, being used as an opener, did give up a 3 spot in the first inning of Game 2. They could quite easily piece together a pitching plan for Game 4 with Ashby, Koenig, Mizorowski, Mears, Patrick, Trevor McGill, and Abner Uribe. As he noted, too, it's also quite worth noting that the Brewers have made a concerted effort this season to give their starters 5 days rest or more as much as possible. While Peralta's surface numbers on 4 days rest were better this year, everything else indicates he actually pitched much better with greater rest. In 17 starts with exactly 5 days between outings, he owned a .982 whip and a 3.41 strikeout to walk ratio. In the 4 times he went after 6 days off or more, he had a .851 whip and a 4.17 K to walk ratio. So I'll throw it back to all of you. Maybe we'll make this an informal poll question. Who would you start? How would you set this up? Do you go with Peralta? Do you go with a bullpen start similar to a Game 2? Do you run that route? Do you try to end this thing tonight with your horse? If you're Pat Murphy, what do you do? How would you do it? I'll put you on the spot. Think about it for a little bit and hit me up with those texts on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Or you can shoot on over on the video stream too if you'd like, and I'll try to get to that a little bit later. But again, it's going to be a late one, 8:08. Where's the wind going to be coming in? Now, we talked about the wind a lot yesterday, and then you had Bush and then Bowers, hitting some dingers and such. But let me see how the wind is going to play tonight. So, what is the weather going to be like at Wrigley Field tonight? Let's bring it up here. Okay, so about 8 o'clock. Going to be a little chilly. Going to be 59, mostly clear. Wind's going to be east-southeast, 8 miles per hour. So it was coming out of the northeast yesterday, so it means the wind could be blowing a little bit out for tonight's game. A little bit out for tonight's game. Going to be a little chilly, but it looks like it'll be mostly clear for tonight's game. So whether that factors into some of the decision, I don't know. But, we were talking a little bit about it yesterday. Home run could be at a little bit of a premium and such. So, but send us those thoughts. Text it 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. We'll get back to some more Brewers talk coming up next hour. Also, we're going to chat with Mr. Balkman today. Usually it's on Tuesday, or excuse me, RJ Cardinal. We're going to chat with him before we get to Eric Balkman. RJ will be joining us around 8:15, 8:20 this morning. Usually chat with him on Tuesdays, but with our new equipment, wasn't able to get it up. But we'll zoom in with him today. We'll chat about the Badger football team heading into their game this weekend, going up against Iowa. It's going to be a night game, Saturday, 6 p.m. So we'll hit that up, preview that. Then after Mr. RJ Cardinal, we'll chat a little bit with Mr. Balkman, get those fantasy football questions on in. Help him or let him help you set up your week 6 lineups. We'll throw a little Packers chat in here too. Packers returning to practice yesterday to get in preparation for their game against the Bengals. And it is officially official. The Packers will be going up against Joe Flacco. Bengals making that announcement yesterday that Flacco will be the starting quarterback for the game on Sunday. So, but you look at that Packers injury report, you're probably thinking, dang, it's long. Dang, it's big. But look at the game designations and such. It's not too bad. Aaron Banks, he's listed on there, limited participant. Inagbare, limited. Hobbs, limited. Kraft, full. Love, full. McManus was listed on here with a right quadricep, but he's listed as a limited. So I think it was probably from those tackles he had to make against Dallas, for crying out loud. Jacob Monk, limited. Jordan Morgan, full. Zach Tom, limited. Rasheed Walker, limited. Christian Watson, limited. Savion Williams, limited. Devontae Wyatt, DNP. So the only 2 DNPs for the Packers who did not practice at all was Anthony Belton and Devontae Wyatt, which probably means Devontae Wyatt is not going to be going this weekend against the Bengals. But now, this is a big stretch of games coming up here for the Pack on this schedule. And a stretch of games here where there's a really good chance, or I should say a really good opportunity for them to rack up some wins. Take advantage of this schedule. You've got the Bengals. You go up against the Cardinals. Steelers at Pittsburgh. That one, okay. That one might be a little bit of a wild card just because you got to throw in the Aaron Rodgers part in there. But I don't think it's a very, like, oh, crap, no chance type of game. Then you got the Panthers. Then that big-time matchup against the Eagles right after. But these next 4 games, actually their next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and their next 6 games, I would say that there's a heck of an opportunity to, at minimum, 4, 5 wins. I'd say 5. Because after that Eagles game, you got the Giants then. But you got to take advantage of this portion of the schedule. Coming off your bye week, got to start fast, got to start aggressive, get this thing, rack up some wins. Especially when you look at a big-time game coming up this weekend, if we're doing a little bit of scoreboard watching as we enter the second quarter of this season, Lions, Chiefs. Chiefs, very desperate for a win. Lions playing some really good football. They look like the best team in the NFL right now. They got to go to Arrowhead. Chiefs coming off of a loss against the Jaguars. They may be desperate. If the Chiefs can get that win and give the Lions their second loss, propel Green Bay up maybe a little bit too. But Green Bay's got to take care of their business. They got to worry about their own issues. All right, 1 hour in. We got some news updates. We'll be back after these quick words. All right, here we go. Second hour kicking off right now on this Thursday morning. A big thanks for making us a part of your start. If you're already up and at it, morning Zach on the YouTube stream there. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in. If it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, also online, sportstalk1051.com. You've got the video stream on YouTube. You got the app, Alexa device, all that good stuff. Multiple different ways for you to be tuning in here. Coming up next hour, we got a lot of guests coming up here. Starting in the 8 o'clock hour, RJ Cardinal will be joining us with him. We've got Eric Balkman also joining us. So that'll all be starting in a little over an hour from now. Loaded up with a couple different guests here for this Thursday morning. We'll get back to some of your texts and your messages with the Brewers getting set for Game 4 tonight. Don't know yet who's going to be pitching for both sides. Nothing's officially announced yet, but we're letting you make the decision. Who do you think that Pat Murphy should trust? Do you go with Freddie Peralta tonight, which it kind of seems like that might be the direction he goes? Do you go with a bullpen start for Game 4 and save Peralta for a potential Game 5? Do you not just want to mess around with it and hopefully get the job done? Send us your thoughts. Text it 715-830-1912. Let's do, since it is Thursday, we got a little this day in sports history, a little throwback Thursday. Not a ton here, but 1919, the Cincinnati Reds won the World Series. Why are we bringing that up? Because that win would be later tainted and become known as the Black Sox scandal when 8 Chicago Sox were charged with throwing the game. 1974, the Washington Capitals played their first NHL game. Brett Hall in 2000, when he was with the Dallas Stars, scored his 611th NHL goal. The goal allowed him to pass his father, Bobby Hall, on the all-time scoring list. And in 2002, the LA Kings retired Wayne Gretzky's 99 jersey. So, all right, those are just a little bit of your sports, or I should say throwback Thursday moments here. So James says, who should I start in Murphy I trust? This might sound crazy, but I'd be curious to see a bullpen game with Robert Gasser on the mound. We've got a few people saying don't mess around and start Freddie and get the win. A couple more saying go with the bullpen. And then just there's a few more coming in here right now. So it looks like a wide majority so far saying go with Freddie Peralta on a normal 4-day rest. And then a lot of you are saying, though, too, in Murphy, we trust. What about you, intern? Who would you start for the game tonight?
I think I would go with Peralta. Let's get it over with and move on. Give everybody some rest. And I don't know if you talked about it, and I don't know if it was on Murphy's press conference after the game, and I was busy running around, not able to watch it consistently. But it was interesting. I thought when he went out to get Priester right away, and Priester started walking off, and Murphy stopped him and said something to him. Do we know what Murphy said to him?
Yeah, he was asked that during the game in one of the in-game interviews, and he said, "Hey, we're going to need you, man. We're going to need you down the stretch here. Just trying to, because it's a guy that was making a start at a stadium that he grew up going to games to, World Series and such, and he just said, we're going to need you. We're still going to need you down the line."
I thought that's what he was saying. Tell him, don't go to the bench and start pouting. Stay in this. Keep your head in this, because again, he didn't pitch very much. I don't think he's done.
Yeah.
If they go to a bullpen game, Priester's coming back. He only pitched 2/3 of an inning or whatever it was. So, it's not like he's banished to the end of the bench. I think Murphy told him to keep his head up, stay involved in the game. It didn't work out tonight, but we're going to need you before it's over. So I wonder what he was saying to him, and if I would assume people would ask him about that, because I think it was a good managerial tactic. He didn't just take the ball and slap him on the shoulder and let him walk away. He gave him something to think about on his way to the dugout.
Yeah, it's I think that's where probably the college side of him comes from, right? With the younger guys there. He probably knows how some of the younger guys, especially in the big moment. And Murphy talked about it after the game too. He's like, And he was honest. He's like, yeah, I think the moment just got a little too much for Quinn Priester last night,
Yeah.
and I think that was pretty obvious last night too. He's a youngster making his first postseason start in a stadium he grew up going to games too. We're all human, right? I mean, the nerves were there, the butterflies were there, and as Pat Murphy said too in that in-game interview, got to give credit to the Cubs. They attacked it and they took advantage of it. So.
Yeah, and truth be told, I'm sure Murphy obviously he didn't expect that, or he wouldn't have put him on the mound. But then Quintana comes in and does a great job. Ifs and buts are candy and nuts. But if he just started Quintana, this thing would be over. But humans have feelings, and we all act different in different situations. So I don't think we're done seeing Priester yet.
No.
And I think Murphy did a good job handling him as he went off the field.
And that's where, give a ton of credit. I was talking a little bit about it in the first hour. A ton of credit to the guys that did come in after Priester because they stopped the bleeding. One of them was Quintana. Another one was Anderson. Chad Patrick looked really good too. They kept the team in it, and the offense just, I'll say they ran out of time to quote Vince Lombardi. We ran out of time. We didn't lose.
Yeah, so. I think so too. Well, I think that's a good point. And the Cubs got to look at the fact that, and they won the game. The bottom line is they won the game. But if your ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas, as a famous Don Meredith once said on Monday Night Football. But again, the Cubs got 4 runs in 1 inning.
Yeah,
that's all they did.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't had a good total game. They had a good inning, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
And so they've got to be looking in the mirror and saying, we only had 4 runs. We got them all in 1 inning.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do now?
Mm-hmm.
So I think the Brewers still have the upper hand in this thing.
Yeah, I think that's not to be all moral victory, but just kind of mentioning that too. It's like you look at that, and I think we all watched after the first inning. We're like, oh, is it going to be one of those games where just Cubs go out there and explode? But the fact that they were still chipping away and getting close, and the Brewers had chances. They left too many guys on base.
Well, they certainly did, and I'm sure Murphy's talking to all of them about that.
Yep.
And I don't know. I guess
I don't feel too dejected after that. I'm disappointed.
Yeah,
but I don't feel like in panic mode or like, oh crap, sort of. You know what I mean? Like if it was a complete blowout and everything, maybe it's a little bit different. But I still feel good about this.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I do too. I think the Brewers have the better team, and I think they have the better manager as well. I was talking to some people from Chicago, and they were saying that Counsell doesn't win this, he might be out. I didn't think it was that desperate a situation for Counsell. And of course, these are fans in Chicago, but you listen to their media down there too. So, there's a lot of things riding on this series for a lot of people. And of course, as Brewers fans, we want to see them. Let's move on. We get to the playoffs. Let's move on in the playoffs. So it's a lot of things involved here.
Yeah. And then, the other part, I know we've been talking a lot about who's going to be starting for the Brewers in tonight's game. On the flip side, who's going to go for the Cubbies? They're kind of in a similar situation. Do they go with Matthew Boyd, who started game 1? And remember, Matthew Boyd was on short rest for that one, and it kind of looked like it was a wrong decision there. Do you go with him now on 4 days rest, or do they go with a little opener themselves that they have done before? So, I mean, we may have a rematch from game 1 in this situation. So it's going to be an interesting decision how both these managers play this.
And the environment, I think, is going to play a part tonight too. You're starting at 8:00. It's going to be cooler. It's
wind's going to be blowing out a little 8 miles, they said.
Okay.
So.
And I blew in last night. A couple of guys still hit home runs. So you never know in Wrigley Field. It's a quirky ballpark, and they'll have a game tonight, and it'll be fun to watch.
There's no rain in the forecast. So that's all I care about right now. Just get this game in, right? So, but yeah, going back to how do you think, Pat Murphy, from what you've seen, first game, the second game, we all thought it was going to be Quinn Priester, and then he pulls a rabbit out of his hat, and outside of an Ashby pitch, that 3-run shot. But then you look at how well Jacob Mizorowski pitched in that. How do you think the job performance so far that Pat Murphy's done in this playoff series?
Oh, I think his job performance is good. Like I said, the Cubs had 1 inning last night. They got Priester in trouble, got him agitated, got him nervous, and they scored 4 runs. It turned out that's all they needed. Might he start Mizorowski tonight. Who knows what he's going to do. And Priester's going to be in the bullpen. I would assume Priester's going to be available if they need him. He didn't pitch that much. And let's face it, he's a starter. He's used to throwing a lot of pitches. So I think Murphy is in a better pitching situation than Craig Counsell is with the Cubs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Priester has come out of the bullpen this year too, because there's been those starts where it's been like an opener, and then he's come in in relief and such too. We haven't seen D.L. Hall yet. We haven't seen Robert Gasser yet. We haven't seen some of those guys. I don't know if I'd throw them in there right. I don't know,
yeah,
but
Murphy will let us know when the game's on.
I think he's earned our trust, like a lot of people are saying, right?
Absolutely.
Whatever decision he comes out there. Now, if it's wrong, we'll discuss it tomorrow and argue. But I think at this point, we got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Well, he knows how these guys have played all year. And if they play the way they played all year, I'm not worried. Now, all of a sudden, if they make some silly mistakes and just go into a shell, that's going to be different. But you've got to base your thoughts on how this game is going to go and how this series is going to go based on the season. And I think, the Brewers have been consistent after a little slow start. The Cubs got off to a fast start, and they faded to be lackluster. The Brewers improved as the season went on. People were worried at the end, are they going to be, bad, this, that, and the other thing. They won more games than anybody else in baseball. And people still say, well, they went down. They won more games than anybody else in baseball. What more do you want?
Mm-hmm. I got to say this, though. Watching last night's game, Pete Crow Armstrong's got some growing up to do.
He's still a child.
Yeah.
Mentally. I mean, I saw the game before where he went in and
threw the bat.
Kind of tore up the dugout or the locker room. And he's got a lot of talent. There's no question about that. And if he gets it under control, he can be a difference maker.
There was a few times last night. It was one of the, and it was a wrong call where a check swing, they said he had swung and it was wrong, but, yelling and like Craig Counsell had to come out and take him. And then he hit a pop-up and he just like slammed the bat down and started yelling before even getting out of the batter's box. The diving catch that he missed. I mean, he was pouting out there and such. It's like, that guy's got some growing up to do yet still too. So
I hope he doesn't grow up till
for a long time.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, because he's going to be a Cub for a long time.
Yep. But I mean, that's stuff too. I mean, we've all played on teams, and we've maybe done stuff like that too. But that kind of energy kind of trickles into the club. I know the telecast said one guy that's really trying to help him out has been Turner, and like talking with him and such, and just really trying to be a mentor to him. But you look at that team, even like Craig Counsell, some of his mannerisms and he's shaking his head in frustration. Then you look at like the Brewers, who are a younger team, and Pat Murphy, you don't see them panic and show that stuff.
No, I was going to point out Pete Crow Armstrong is 23. Jackson Churio 21.
Yeah.
And he's much more mature than Pete Crow Armstrong. Of course, he's been in the major leagues longer than Pete Crow Armstrong. I mean, you're playing against the best in the world. You're not going to succeed every time. And the umpires, God love them, and I hate to see them be going because, they make mistakes on balls and strike call and on the bases that can be corrected. But, next year they'll be able to challenge balls and strikes, and it'll make a difference. I just hope they don't change the game too much because it is a game of human emotions, and human emotions play a part in our performance. So I hope they never take that away.
Yeah. So I hope they keep frustrating Pete Crow Armstrong though. That'll be, I'll be good with that.
One more day at least.
One more. So, but man, I know you've talked a lot about, Brewers and baseball and your fandom and such. And, just like I've been really geeked up, pumped up for this series more so than I think any other playoff. Maybe the expectations are a little too high, but it's just this. I love this team so much.
Well, the way this season played out, and I went to, we broadcast the games here in the station, and so we can get some tickets to go. I went to 7 or 8 games in Milwaukee this year. And I just love going down there. I love the stadium. I love the atmosphere. I like watching this. I love watching this team play. They play hard all the time. It's just this year, it just feels, and I don't know if Euchre effect is part of this as well, but it just feels to me a little different this year, and I hope I'm not disappointed as the playoffs go along. But it is. I have watched very little of the Green Bay Packers, very little of the Packers this year because I've been following the Brewers. And so, when this is over, I'll watch the Packers. But right now, I'm probably 75% a Brewer fan and 25% a Packer fan as far as my attention goes. I know you can't have that luxury, but I can, and that's about where I am.
I've worn more Brewer stuff this week than I think.
I've noticed it
every day.
That's
every
right.
day.
That's
so,
right.
But hey, I got to rep the Sal Frelick Timber Rattler jersey now.
I see that on there this morning. I saw Frelick. I didn't see the front of it, but
I need a series from him now. I need a game from him tonight.
Yeah, we need a game from all of them. That's for sure.
But I will say that was a heck of a catch he made in right field last night.
Oh, the kid is good out there. That's why he won a Gold Glove last year.
Yeah, you know Wrigley, those lines. I mean, they're right smack to that wall.
Against that wall. When we were in high school and just out of high school and the Cubs were bad, we used to go to Wrigley Field a lot and watch games because we like to go to Chicago. We'd go to Wrigley Field and the Cubs are in town. And, there was nobody in the stands. So we'd go out. That's when the bullpens were along the fence, the left field and right field down the right field line. And we'd go down there and there's nobody there. And the ushers were always good enough. Yeah, come on, sit down here. I don't have anybody to talk to. So come on out here. So we'd sit there, put our feet on the wall, and we were right above their bullpens. And, a lot of times maybe if we knew somebody, we'd talk to them, and a lot of times they'd talk back to us. So it was a lot of fun going to Wrigley Field. I always enjoyed it. Always down the first baseline where the visitors were. And, it's a different atmosphere than AmFam Field. I like them both. And it's always fun to go to Wrigley Field, and it's all fun to go to AmFam Field. Baseball live is just a whole lot better than on TV.
I know I talked about it a little bit earlier this week, but I think, this summer, I've grown for more of appreciation for baseball. And I think it's a combination of, Hudson has played spring, summer, and he just wrapped up fall ball. So, he's played 3 seasons of baseball this year.
Boy, and they had long seasons. When you get 80 degrees this late into the fall, that's pretty good baseball weather.
We got lucky, and it was his first time fall kid pitch. So, he got hit. He threw a couple and hit a couple too. So, but it's a different animal. But then, this team too, it's just this year I've grown, I think, a bigger love for baseball, a bigger appreciation for some reason. I shouldn't say for some reason, but it's.
And I've always said baseball, as you know, and I've said it many times, is my favorite sport. Played a lot of all the sports, but baseball is my all-time favorite. I just appreciate what these guys do. 60 feet 6 inches, 100 miles an hour. That's tough.
And think about too, like once the game starts, a lot of it is on the players themselves. There's no scheming, like a play call coming in or anything like that. Once that game starts, yes, the manager has to make decisions, but a lot of that responsibility and the game results are on the players.
It really is. And then if you watch it live too, and depending on what side you sit in, I like to look into the dugouts to watch some of the coaches moving the players around with every pitch. All of a sudden it gets to be, 3-0, and you got a slugger up there, and they'll move the outfielders, if it's a right-handed batter, a little more towards left field because if he gets the green light, he's going to be ready.
Or they'll take that card out of their hat and look at the batter.
Exactly. So there's a lot of strategy that if you're not aware of how if you're not a nerd watching the game, you just watch the game.
Mm-hmm.
But if you watch it and appreciate some of the things they're doing, talking to each other, they hold their second baseman and shortstop will hold their glove up to their face and open their mouth.
The pitching coach comes out. Chris Hook, you see that a lot, covers his mouth.
They all do that, but they'll, open their mouth or close their mouth as far as who's going to cover second base, shortstop, or the second baseman. And there's a lot of things that go into a game that the average fan goes and, eats a hot dog or a brat and some popcorn and a
Yep.
beer, and you're not paying that much, which is fine because you're there to enjoy the game. But if you played the game and appreciate the game a little more in depth, it's fun to watch how there's a lot of moving parts, more than just the 9 guys on the field
Mm-hmm.
and the hitter up there. It's a very intricate game. I mean, you talk to the coaches and managers, even for the Express, and they're moving guys around, and they're sending each other signals. It's
Mm-hmm.
we always think football is where they're making their adjustments. Well, they're making just as many adjustments in baseball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, we got to take a really quick break here. So, who would you start in tonight's Brewers game if you were one Patrick Murphy? You can hit us up with a text 715-830-1912 or comment on that video stream. Quick break, and we'll be back here in just a couple minutes. It's pretty split right now between Peralta and bullpen, but a common theme is emerging. In Murphy, we trust. So I think that's probably the smart way to go here. So
I wonder if he'll surprise everybody and start Mizorowski.
Maybe. I don't know. Like I guess at this point I wouldn't be surprised what he does.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah. So I'm sure, last night he wasn't ready to announce it. I'm sure he probably had a thought or an idea, but no reason to announce it right away last night. If you got to get a little bit of gamesmanship with the Cubbies and such, so they can't prepare and maybe set their lineups and that. But I'm going to go in unexpected until we find out later today when they announce it who's going to be out there. So whoever it is, regardless, the goal is still at hand. Win tonight. Get it done tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Get the job done tonight. I don't want to go back to Milwaukee in a game 5.
No, not at all.
I want to get this thing done, and we move on to the National League Championship Series. Let the Phillies win again tonight so they can extend that series all the way to 5. And
they started hitting last night, which they hadn't done the first 2 games of that series. And man, oh man, I think that ball Schwarber hit is still going.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I just happened to see that. Holy man.
Right. Texter, don't have a name. Says Freddie all the way. Win now. Don't wait for later. It's kind of the mindset I'm in. Like I don't like playing for the next game.
No,
I don't like that mindset.
Never.
Play right now to win. And the thing is, Peralta has pitched well at Wrigley this year too. So I mean, if you want to throw a guy in there who has the experience and has pitched well at Wrigley, I mean, he has been that guy. So our buddy Mark says, for you, intern, I have a T-shirt that says, "It's okay if you think baseball is boring. It's a smart person's game." So,
thank you, Mark. I appreciate that.
But
it is. I mean, and it's not necessarily a smart person's game. It's just somebody that it goes to a game, football game, basketball, whatever. Watch more than just the basket go in, or the intricacies of the game. And I think baseball is the sport because of the structure of it, that you got more opportunity for strategy and things like that. And I appreciate the strategy of the game.
I don't do it, but I still love it when I see people do it. And I hope it never changes. Keeping book when they go to a baseball game.
I used to do that.
Yeah.
I used to do that.
Yeah. I don't do it because I don't have the pay, and I'm always to it, but I always love it when I see people carrying around a scorebook, going to a baseball game and doing it.
I used to do it, but then I'd make little notes on the side here and there and this, that, and other thing. Then I'd miss something.
Yeah.
I said, I'd rather watch the game than do this.
Yep.
I said, I can, now you can go back and Google any information you want about a ball game. So you don't need to do it. But no, I used to do it. I used to buy a scorebook and keep track.
That was one of the cool things too, when I was at the Euchre game and they had his last scorebook. He was still keeping book up to that last game. So, but that's an art. Trying to do that while you're also coaching Little League. That's why we have Veronica do that.
Oh, absolutely.
She's the mom dugout for
there
that.
You go.
But,
that's what you got to do.
Yep. So
it takes a village.
It does. Well, we had all games in action last night for the Major League Baseball playoffs. The Toronto Blue Jays are moving on. So shout out to Dalton Varsho, who's having a really good postseason so far.
You bet.
So Blue Jays moving on, knocking out the Yankees. The Phillies did win to extend that series. And we get a game 5 between the Mariners and Tigers, a do or die. Scooble. You got Cal Raleigh on the other side too. That should be a good matchup too.
Yeah, and they beat Scooble earlier in this series. Can they do it again? They're going to have to. They're back in Seattle, aren't they?
Yes. Yep. So
it'll be interesting out there as well. It's been a fun playoffs because I was going to say different team. Dodgers and Yankees are back in it, but still in all, it's been a little different. Houston's not in it. They've been in it for X number of years in a row, and it's just nice to see new teams in it again.
Like Seattle, Toronto. Obviously, we want the Brewers and such in there too. So regardless, Tigers or Seattle, whoever wins it, I think it's going to be a good matchup against the Blue Jays in the ALCS. And regardless, it's going to be somebody different coming out of the AL.
And it's fun to know Dalton Varsho, an Express player from Marshfield, And again, I've said this many times. His high school coach used to tell me he's the most unique player I ever coached. He coached for a lot of years over there, Mark Z. And he told me he's the most unique hitter he ever had. He said, I always batted him first, kind of like Ohtani for the Dodgers, batted him first. He said, I've never seen a kid that hit the ball, and he hit it so hard with the topspin on it, and as it went out, it would rise. Most guys that hit a line drive and it'll go down.
Yeah.
But the more he hit a line drive, it would go up. It would just, he said it was such a unique hitter. And I'm sure his dad and uncle had a lot to do with that. But the kid is very successful in the major leagues. And I hope he continues to have a lot of success. I don't know when he's due for a contract, but, I think he's going to be able to afford a house in Marshfield.
Yeah, maybe do a little Jordan Zimmerman, buy a bunch of acreage in Auburndale over there.
Got a little empire over there.
Yep. So, but yeah,
good for them.
Yeah, I mean, I know exactly how you're talking about. That screws up outfielders so much when you have that line drive and then it goes up. It's like you come in, it's like, oh crap, you got to run backwards. Been there before too many times.
Oh yeah.
So, but no, I agree. These playoffs have been really, really fun. I mean, you've gotten storylines on each series, and this is an awesome time of year. It really is.
Oh, it's always the best time of the year.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you got everything in action. Hockey's starting up. The NBA is starting up. I mean, you got college football, even though the Badgers stink.
Oh, that's another story. You got it going down there Saturday for the homecoming game against Iowa. And I don't know. I don't know. Don't have a lot of hope. I mean, when you talk to RJ, I'm sure, he's with them every day, so he knows. But from watching these kids play, you look at it, the transfer quarterbacks, you got 3 transfer quarterbacks. You got one from Maryland, and you know what, Maryland didn't want the kid anymore because they recruited a kid that's a whole lot more athletic and bigger. Got another kid from San Jose State, O'Neill, and another kid from Southern Illinois. Those aren't exactly blue chip schools that you're bringing a quarterback in from. You've got to get better quarterbacks. You got to get better running. Wisconsin is running back you, and we have no running backs this year. We got the one is pretty good, but then you go down and, they've got a lot of things that need improvement. I know they had 3 redshirt freshmen in the offensive line, and, they'll eventually grow up. But the question is, will they grow up at Wisconsin or will they transfer someplace else?
Yeah.
I mean, it's tough nowadays, and I don't know what the future is for football at Wisconsin, but right now it is not good.
Hey, Bill Belichick might be available, it sounds like, if he wants to stay in a college game. What a joke that thing. I mean, okay.
North Carolina should be embarrassed.
They should be. I mean, receiver defer here, just really quick. I know we kind of, we got to take a break here. This tarnishes big time Bill Belichick's legacy.
No question about it.
I completely agree.
Well, I think he's coming off as an idiot.
Yeah.
I mean, a buffoon.
Yep.
I think that's what he's coming off as,
mm-hmm.
Not only for what he's doing with North Carolina football, but this girlfriend he's got. And they've canceled some program they were going to.
Hulu was going to do a documentary on this year.
And they said, no way.
Nope.
Don't want anything to do with it. No, I mean, you talk about Wisconsin football being set back. North Carolina, I don't know if they'll ever recover from this because they're a real joke. I mean, Wisconsin football is just down because of NIL money, transfer portal money. Is it the coaching staff? Who knows? There are a lot of things you can point to. But where the problem is at North Carolina.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
It's
right to the head coach. Right there. It is. And then you go back to the whole not allowing Patriot scouts to come. And it's just so immature. It really is.
Yeah, he's a buffoon.
Yeah, it's just.
I don't know what he's trying to prove by coming back to college football. Get a pro. Of course, he'll never, ever. Anybody that would hire him as a pro coach now is beyond desperate.
Yeah. Any college, any pro hiring him. No, thank you.
No, because I thought he'd try and stay with the pros so that he could maybe break the record of coaching wins.
Yep.
But I maybe he's so far out into outer space, he doesn't realize how close he is to the coaching all-time wins in a pro football setting. I mean, I saw some highlights just night before last, and he looks like he's lost. He's walking around the field, turning his head around. Yeah. I mean, he's just lost it.
Mm-hmm. And then you look on the other side, Nick Saban's just doing his thing in the media stuff. That's where Bill should have just stayed.
Absolutely, and he's making money in commercials, and
Yep.
he's got the world by the tail.
Yeah, right now, for all the Bill or Saban advantage, Saban right now. By far. I mean, good Lord, we talk about players and just like the tumbling down they've gone. Bill Belichick, oh my gosh. It's bad. It's really bad. Okay, we got to take a really quick break here, but we got plenty more to get to here, so stick around. Send us your thoughts. Text at 715-830-1912. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire is the place where good food, live music, and great times come together. From casual dinners with friends to packed nights with local bands, there's always something happening at the VFW Post 305. Kitchen serving up delicious meals, the drinks are always cold, and the atmosphere is welcoming. Whether it's a night out, a community event, or just a place to relax, VFW Post 305 has it all. Go visit them today at 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire.
I always go out there when my son is home on leave from the Army because I have veterans of foreign wars, and boy, they do have food, beautiful setting there.
Oh God, yeah.
Really,
River and
they remodel that. It's really nice.
Anna has done a fantastic job over there. The whole staff's awesome. Good, yeah, definitely.
Good, and not even hungry.
Taco omelets are fantastic.
I haven't had one of those.
Big. Brandon's mom says, morning guys, I feel they need to go with Peralta. Use all of our big guns, bring this home to the NLCS. No leaving runners on base. So
now that's the thing. They left a lot of guys on base last night, but Brandon Palm says Peralta. I'm going with Peralta. Brandon Palm knows her stuff.
Yep, she does. So as long as she doesn't go to a game, because she's got the jinx, so she can't go to a playoff.
They won every game I went to this year.
Well, then we need to get you down to some playoff games.
I went to that Mets series, which was the most unbelievable 3-game series where first game they won on a Friday night, throw out of the guy at home. Next one was Collins, I think, was the guy got hit in the foot with the bases loaded, bringing the winning run. Next game, Collins hit the home run in the bottom of the ninth for a walk-off. Most exciting series I've ever been to, all 3 games. So,
was that the weekend with the flooding too?
Yep, that was the weekend of the flooding.
That's what I thought too. I couldn't remember. So yeah, because that last one they were down right away and then came back and won it.
A walk-off, and we sat there and looked at each other and thought, I don't know if the Mets had scored in the top of the ninth, tie the game or whatever, but we sat there and thought, oh goodness, we didn't say goodness. How long are we going to sit for this? And Colin comes up and bang, right away hits a home run, win it to walk off. So that was the most exciting series of the year.
Switching gears just a little bit here, because as we're getting closer to the NBA season and the Giannis talk is not going anywhere right now. I mean, you had
who starts that?
Shams from ESPN starts it a lot. So he had the report the other day about there was some talk in the offseason between the Bucks and the Knicks for a trade for Giannis, and talked about apparently a meeting between Giannis and Horst, and just it painted the picture that the future, according to Shams, is not fully clear yet for Giannis and staying in Milwaukee. Giannis talked a little bit with the media, and this is from Eric Name, who covers the Bucks for The Athletic. So he asked Giannis about the reports regarding the Bucks and a potential Giannis trade, which was to the Knicks. This was Giannis's response. First of all, I haven't read that story. When the season starts, I try to get off social media and I try to focus on my craft and the team. But yeah, I've said this many times. I want to be in a situation that I can win, and now I'm here. I believe in this team. I believe in my teammates. I'm here to lead this team to wherever we can go, and it's definitely going to be hard. We're going to take it day by day, but I'm here. So all the extra stuff doesn't matter. I think I've communicated with my teammates, communicated with the people I respect and love, that the moment I step on this court or in this facility, I wear this jersey. The rest does not matter. I'm locked into whatever I have in front of me. Now, if in 6-7 months I change my mind, I think that's human too. You're allowed to make any decision you want, but I'm locked in. I'm locked into this team. I'm locked into these guys, to this group, and to this coaching staff, and to myself. So let me ask you, after hearing that from Giannis, because I've seen some people kind of throw this out there too, do you wish he would just, because there is a couple of like comments in there a little cryptic and such. Do you wish if he would just kind of come out and say maybe what he's thinking, or like if he's committed to the Bucks, just flat out say, hey, I'm a Buck and I want to be a Buck? Or should he come out, if he wants out, and just say, yeah, I'd like to move on?
I don't think he wants to move on as much as the fact that when I listen to you read that, talk about how we start and how this goes.
Mm-hmm.
And if it doesn't go well, then the talk will really ramp up, because then he might be more amenable to a trade to another team. I just hope it doesn't turn out to be anybody that's a Milwaukee Bucks fan that knows history and was around at that time when they traded Kareem to the Lakers. I don't care if, they got, I think, 9 guys plus some draft picks. I don't care if you got 90 guys. You're not getting a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in a trade. And the same thing with Giannis. You trade him to New York, you could give him the whole roster, including Brunson, and they're not going to replace Giannis. It's just a situation where if the player is so unhappy, and Jabbar was unhappy, he said, Milwaukee is too small a place for me. I need a place from New York City. And, he went to college in Los Angeles, and he needed, in his mind, to be in a bigger place. He's come to love Milwaukee now, but at that time he didn't. And so if they trade him, so be it. I hope they don't. But the bottom line is, if they trade him, I don't care what they get in return. You're never going to replace Giannis.
Yeah. I honestly feel like this is just my thoughts reading some of that from Giannis, is that he's still putting pressure on the Bucks to make sure that they are a contender.
That's what I hear in the comments that you just read. I hear that we know it's going to be hard work with this group we got around us. We know we've got to, it's going to be a challenge. And I hope if management is hearing that, they're thinking, well, what do we need to get? I think getting Turner from Indiana is going to help a lot.
Yep.
He's going to make a big difference, I think. And, some of these other guys can play better than they did last year. I think this team is pretty good, because I don't think they've got, the Damian Lillard thing hanging over their head. You can't count on him ever again, is what the bottom line is. And I think they're going to go with the guys they've got, and these guys that they've got know that you're going to keep playing with Giannis. You better step it up from where you were last year. And the guys that they've got have got the ability and the talent to step it up. It's just a matter of, will the coaching help them do that? But I think Giannis is, under his breath saying that, we've got a big challenge. I know we've got a big challenge, a big hill to climb, or whatever term he uses. But I don't think the trade talk will ever end for Giannis. The thing is, he's got to be pushing 30 years old now, isn't he?
Yeah.
And so he's getting to the point where how long, I know LeBron James is 40s, but how long, and even Jokic is getting up there, how long is he going to be a dominant player? So I think Giannis still has 5 or 6, 7 maybe dominating years left. So he's going to be attractive to some teams. And will that be the Lakers when they dump LeBron's salary? Will the Lakers go all out? I hope the Lakers don't take our best player again like they did Kareem. But it's a business world out there, more so now than it was back in the 70s when Kareem left the Bucks. But I think there's some reason to you scratch your head and think, what is he really saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I totally agree. He'll be 31 in December, just in a few months, but still fairly. I mean, it seems like Giannis has been here for a long time. Well, it's because he has been.
So yeah, that's right. Yeah, he has been around since, he was shot in the dark in the draft.
Yep.
And, every once in a while, those shots in the dark pay off. In every sport, it happens.
Yep. And here's the thing, too. If the Bucks win, there's no issue then, right? Bucks win, he's staying. So let's just win the ball games, and then we have nothing to worry about. That simple. So, all right, we got to take our final break for this hour. Continue to send us your thoughts on who you think the Brewers should start for game.
Rather than trading him, should they? I'm just throwing a name out. Yep. What would the difference in this roster be if they could bring Drew Holiday back? Something like that. I think he would take a lot of pressure off. I think that was one of the major mistakes they made, getting rid of him. But dollars are dollars.
Yep. All right, quick break. We'll be back to wrap up the second hour after these few words. Just a couple bits left to the top of the hour here. We've got John saying, "Let's go, Freddie. Let's send the Cubs into hibernation." So another vote for Freddie Peralta to get the start for tonight's game. If it does pop up, who they announce, if it does pop up, we'll let you know this morning if they announce it a little bit later on here. But so far, I have not seen, haven't seen anything. So, but we'll keep you posted if it does. My gut tells me I think it's going to be Freddie. I think so. But again, I don't know.
No, it's hard to say.
I don't know
what
what
Murphy's thinking, because Murphy's thinking, 2 or 3 moves beyond that. We're just thinking about who's going to start. Murphy's thinking down the road about who he's going to have available. Quintana's gone, of course, with the performance he had last night. But Priester's available. The Miz is available. Ashby's available.
Robert Gasser.
There's a whole lot of guys that are available, but the main thing is who he's going to start.
Yep.
After that, it gets easier to find somebody to come in, but that starter is the key.
You think really quick here, Brewers in a better spot pitching wise than the Cubs heading in tonight's game?
I think so.
I would agree with that. All right, 2 hours to go. We have you on for a little bit more here, intern.
Sure,
coming
I'll
up
be
here.
back.
All right, so we'll be back after these quick news updates. All right, third hour, kick it off right now. Coming up in about 15, 20 minutes, we're going to catch up with RJ Cardinal, who's usually on Tuesday, but phones weren't working. We figured out a Zoom thing, so we'll get him on this morning to chat a little Badgers. And then past 9 o'clock, Eric Balkman, fantasy football expert, will also be joining us to answer your questions. So text those on over right now at 715-830-1912 if you have any fantasy football questions for your week 6 lineup. So that'll be about 9:05 this morning when Eric joins us. We've got more picks for Freddie Peralta to get the start tonight. So again, we'll keep you posted. Nothing's officially official out there. A lot of speculation, and I can probably guarantee you Pat Murphy will take up until the last second to
I'm sure he will
make that decision. So,
but getting back quickly, I don't want to take you off your topic, but the Badgers football season is not going well. It hasn't gone well for 2 or 3 years now. But the way things are going this year, and I know we don't do a lot of receiver defer anymore, but receiver defer, which coach is in more trouble? Fickle at Wisconsin or Franklin at Penn State?
Ooh, yeah. I was talking about Franklin the other day. I think it should be Fickle, but I think the buyout is going to cost. I think Franklin's going to be out before Fickle.
Well, didn't they start out at number 1 in the country real early on, and they were going to be the Big Ten winner? They might not make the playoffs.
Now they lose to UCLA. That's a bad loss against you. So 2 losses in a row. So, yeah. But hey, would you take Franklin at Wisconsin?
No.
Oh, you wouldn't? You would take James Franklin? Okay.
No. Last year, Wisconsin played, and beginning of the year, and I forgot his quarterback's name now, at Penn State. And he's talking about how great this kid is, how tough he is, and he's up for the game. Wisconsin played Penn State in Madison last year. And again, this is a Fickle team last year that wasn't very good. Wisconsin had him beat. That starting quarterback got hurt. Didn't play the second half. And the other kid came in, and he could move a little bit, and he beat the Badgers. If they'd have had that same quarterback the whole game that started last year and starting again this year, and Franklin thinks, this kid is the greatest since Johnny Unitas, Badgers would have beat him last year.
Mm-hmm.
But they had the other quarterback came in and raised fits with him. So I don't know what kind of a talent evaluator he is either. I mean, he's in Pennsylvania, football-rich Pennsylvania, and he's getting kids from all over the country as well. And he's got a lot of money. But I think he might be on a hotter seat than Luke Fickle in Madison.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. So you mentioned it's homecoming for Wisconsin this weekend.
Yep, homecoming. So. Frank, 6:00 game, which shows you that it's kind of in a dead time. It's after the rush hour of, it's going to be Illinois and Ohio State right away early. And Wisconsin's going to play not even a 3:00. You got a 6:00 game. Well, that's before all the 8:00 and 8:30, 9:00 games. So it's kind of what I call a dead time on Saturday for football. So Iowa at Wisconsin on Saturday, 6:00. And I'm hoping they play better. They just don't have the talent. They don't have talent to compete.
Mm-hmm.
They really don't right now. They are down talent-wise. They've got to recruit better kids. Like I said earlier, your starting quarterback came from San Jose State. That's not big-time quarterback. That's not big-time competition. And now that's O'Neal. And now you got the other kid. He's from Southern Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
They play nice football, but they don't play Big Ten caliber football. And so, you just got to get better kids. You got to find better kids. You can't take what's left over. You got to get out there sooner. And I think what's going to help is taking this transfer period to one period a year rather than just about all year long. These kids can transfer, because Wisconsin had some pretty good kids that were there for spring practice. They transferred after spring ball. That's not fair to the coach.
Mm-hmm.
It's not fair to the teammates. And I mean, these guys, they're not student athletes anymore. Because, it used to be they'd announce them on TV. Think about it. When they announce them on TV on a Saturday, Joe Jones, right guard, Rutgers, pre-med student. You never hear what these guys are studying anymore because they're not in school long enough to get a major because they're going from one school to the other. and business, like Joe Thomas, a business major, and economics or finance or whatever it may be. When was the last time you heard what any of these football players in college are majoring in? I dare you to tell me. It just doesn't happen anymore because they're not student athletes.
Mm-hmm.
They're athletes at a school temporarily for the most part.
Yep.
And so it's a changing world, and it's a frustrating world. But if you're going to compete in it, you got to play the game.
Mm-hmm. You'll have to do some reconnaissance work when you're down there. Get some maybe some interviews with some alum or Badger fans. Maybe a little liquored up on homecoming.
I've got a lot of alums that I can talk to down there that I know.
This will be an interesting
frustrating because family that played at Madison, and they know a lot of the guys still around Madison and different things, and even the guys that are from around this area that played at Madison. They've got to be frustrated as well because it's not what they went through.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a different system. It's not anybody's fault. It's just the way the pressures of the world of business and money have come on these schools. You've got to try and keep up. Well, it's a lot easier to keep up in a place like Ohio State or Michigan or Notre Dame. They got a lot of money.
Right.
But Madison, I give Illinois all the credit in the world, Indiana, all the credit in the world, Minnesota, all the credit in the world, because, they're doing a lot better job than Wisconsin of keeping up. And what it's going to take at Madison, I don't know. They talk about Fickell's future. I don't think McIntosh's future is too secure in Madison either. He might be gone before Fickell. I don't know because, who in the world negotiated this kind of a buyout? $25 million at the end of the season, $28 million now, some numbers in that ballpark. For somebody, if McIntosh didn't have a business representative sitting at his side to say, and obviously he must not have, say, well, this isn't all that good a contract for us. I don't know where this all came from, but those are big numbers. When Paul Christ, and I know Paul Christ, he's not a family member, but he is a family member, distant with cousins and things like that. I put a lot of this on Paul Christ. This started 7-8 years ago. Paul Christ kind of just let things slide. And he went in that Sunday morning and with the intent that he knew he was going to be leaving.
Mm-hmm.
He just didn't have the desire. And then they had the person in the NIL transfer portal that was doing that for Madison. Michigan State stole him from Madison, and they never really replaced that person. And ever since then, it's been a downward spiral. Mm-hmm. This Fickell didn't bring this on. This started with Paul Christ. Let's be honest.
It's going to be interesting in the next few years with this. And RJ, last time we had him on too, I think it was last time too. He had mentioned there was a report out there was it 1-3 on 3 that the board and the president were actually having discussions about removing hiring abilities from Chris McIntosh when it comes to coaches. You're an athletic director and you're not allowed to, I would assume, maybe not fire either. That's like the first step.
I don't like to hear that.
That's the first step towards.
Now all of a sudden you got a history professor and a biology professor. They're hiring a coach because they're on the athletic board. Mm-hmm. And no, I don't like that. That's like a football coach coming into their biology lab and telling them how to teach biology. I don't like the medal. What we need is another chancellor like Donna Shalala. She turned this around way back when. She went to Pat Richter, who was working at Oscar Mayer, and said, Pat, we need you back at the university for leadership. He brought in Barry Alvarez, and Donna Shalala was 150% behind the athletic program. We haven't had that since she left. And so there are a lot of tentacles here in this whole picture that have to be, it's not just the coach and the athletic director. It goes beyond that. And the chancellors and the president of the university, and there are just so many things that are involved here. And since Donna Shalala left, it's just gone the other direction because she came in and said, we're going to make Wisconsin a national power. and a factor in all these sports. And she did.
Mm-hmm.
And then when she left, we see what we're left with.
Yeah.
So it's, it's not just fickle. Believe me, it goes a long way back before that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the confidence level has got to be pretty darn low at this point, I would imagine, for everybody.
Yeah, it's harder to build it up than it is to tear it down. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, well, when are you going down to Friday or Saturday morning?
I'll
or?
go down Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Game's at 6:00, and we'll go down, and it's going to be a nice day. It's going to be in the 60s. We'll see what it's all about. I think they can play with Iowa. RJ will tell us more about what's going on, but the thing is that they're going to start this kid, number 15. I can't even say his name. I should know his name. The kid who came from Southern Illinois. Problem with O'Neill is he can't see the middle of the field. He's so short. This kid can throw the ball to the tight ends over the middle in some of those plays. And one of the things also are wide receivers. There's a lot of difference because now these teams, our wide receivers are so slow and can't get open. They're playing man-to-man. So they're not, against a zone, there are some holes out there. You watching the pros, the zones, the holes you have in a zone. And a good quarterback will find that tight end or that the H-back going into the holes 5, 6, 8, 10 yards down the field between the zones, and he can hit them. But when they're playing man-to-man on everybody, that hole isn't there. And that's one of the problems. We don't have enough speed on this team where those other teams are worried about not being able to cover a man-to-man. When you can cover a man-to-man, there's no hole in the zone out there.
Mm-hmm.
So, there are a lot of things that play into this whole thing, but the Badgers just don't have the athletes. We don't have running backs that can cut in the hole. It's a tough situation right now, and whether it's strictly money to get these kids in here and give them an NIL contract, unless you're in the inner sanctum, it's hard to say. But I don't like the idea that they take hiring and firing away from the athletic director.
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to be something that actually transpires or not. But I thought it was pretty interesting to hear that.
Well, it should be attention getting, that's for sure.
Right?
Because if you do that, the funding that they have is not competitive with Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Notre Dame, Southern Cal, a lot of the other schools. And if these guys feel that, their place in the program is not as important as they expect it should be, and if they got a lot of money as it should be nowadays, you hate to say that, but that's the bottom line. I think that funding may dry up even a little bit more down in Madison.
Yeah. All right. Tell you what, let's take a quick break here, and then we'll chat a little bit with Mr. R.J. Cardinal from our sister station, The Zone in Mass. We'll talk some more Badgers coming up after these quick words. When drivers at Eau Claire need a mechanic that they could trust, they turn to AJM Automotive. Known for honest work, fair pricing, and quick turnarounds, AJM Automotive handles everything from oil changes to engine repairs. Whether it's a daily driver or a weekend toy, AJM Automotive treats every vehicle like it's their own. Friendly service, expert technicians, and a reputation built on integrity. AJM Automotive keeps Eau Claire running right. Give them a call today to set up your appointment at 715-9523. All right. Let's see. I think we've got him up. Let's hope this works. RJ, can you hear me, bud?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me this time?
You. Look at that. All right. Holy moly, dude. Your office. You're a Funko Pop guy. How about that? Look at that.
Oh, yeah. Those are just pretty much ones that, a lot of them mean stuff.
Yeah.
So I got,
nice.
let's see, I got all Wisconsin MVPs. I got Favre, Rodgers, Giannis, Yelich. I got a Vince Lombardi over there, a Bucky Badger.
Nice.
Happy Gilmore's.
Boy. You make my collection look shame.
But it's just one of those nostalgia things.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I like it, dude.
So, yeah.
Well, hey, we appreciate you adjusting your schedule and being flexible with us, considering, new studio, moving stuff and that. So hopefully we'll get phones up here and such. But okay, Badgers wise, I did see your comment on YouTube too. I know Bob was talking about athletic board and such. As you noted, the athletic board would hire a football general manager like Andrew Luck, head of football, and nothing else, sort of thing.
So essentially be the AD of football and kind of remove McIntosh from any real decision making on football. So yeah, and whereas some other schools have a GM in name or like a CFO or a CEO of football, this would be more like Stanford, and really probably be more of a hire that will get people to donate specifically to football and really up the ante in terms of, can we find somebody who will get the backing of the fan base and all that? And I'm not sure who that would be, because right now some of the names people are like throwing out that they'd like to see come back to Wisconsin in any capacity. Jim Leonard is never coming back here until Chris McIntosh is gone. JJ Watt's getting paid a boatload of money and doing pretty good with CBS in football coverage. Joe Thomas is doing well with the NFL Network. He's got his own beef company. He's got his own farm. It's one of those, I don't know. It's not a job you can half do or have it be the other thing, so but it definitely has to be a Wisconsin person. It can't be a big name can't just come in and automatically have the backing of the fans. You need somebody the fans know, and right now I don't know who that would be that has the capability and free time to do it.
Right. Yeah. I'm trying to think of somebody in my head too. And I'm because you don't want just like, like people are saying like Ron Dane or something like that. But you probably want somebody that's maybe, how do I want to say this, RJ? Somebody maybe a little bit of experience, or I mean, because I don't know if anybody has mentioned like a guy, because there probably a lot of people are probably thinking like forward great football players, right? For a position like that.
And I mean, Andrew Luck really didn't have the experience, but he had his dad he could rely on, who was a AD at multiple schools, commissioner of the original XFL, I think.
Yep.
But it's not like he had a lot of, or was it the second XFL? Well, whichever it was. He's a commissioner of conferences, AD, a whole bunch of things. So he has somebody he can lean on and be like, hey, I need to know what I should do here. I've met Rondane, know Rondane. He's not your football GM.
Right.
He's currently working for the athletic department, being Rondane and going to events and things like that, and getting people to donate money based off of the fact that he is Rondane. So he's already doing that. No need to. Yeah, you look at somebody like a Pat Richter, a man with a business acumen, but also probably who played here and has a passion to get this back to where it needs to be, and be able to get people to commit like right away into being somebody who into getting people to pay money directly to football.
Right. So staying with football and such, going back to last weekend at Michigan. Hey, the Badgers, I mean, at least they hit the covered, right? They there was under 17. So I mean, moral victory a little bit for that.
I mean, for 2.5 quarters, it was 10-7.
Yeah.
The defense showed up big. Yeah, I mean, guess Michigan ended with 175 yards rushing, but held them below their average. So that's good. You liked what you saw from the defensive side of the ball. That first drive by the offense. I don't know why they got away from a lot of that stuff. Michigan was absolutely trying to make the quarterback beat them, and Wisconsin was able to exploit some of the exotic blitzes that were getting sent with zones being wide open and hitting the little dink and dunk passes. And then for some reason, Wisconsin tried to go to the gimmick plays a lot again. And I mean, that's just a desperation move that I don't think needed to happen. So I was really impressed with Simmons. He just has a better pocket presence. And I don't know if Danny O'Neil needs to be on the move to see things. I think he does. But it just seemed a better fit for the scheme, having Simmons back there rather than Danny O'Neil. And, there weren't as many errors in the snaps to the quarterback last week. There was a lot of positives. And really, if you think about it, Michigan's 2 touchdowns in the second half were aided by referee calls. You had the sideline catch, which, I mean, probably should have been called a catch, but there was no video evidence that showed that foot in bounds. And yet it went from incomplete to complete, and then 1 or 2 plays later, you had a touchdown. Then fourth quarter, the interception where I think it was Vinny Anthony got tackled well before the pass was caught. If anything, you got to call holding on that. But interception happens. Your defense gets back on the field pretty quickly and gives up another touchdown. But I mean, giving up 24 points to that Michigan team, you gave your team a lot of chances to win. And I heard people complaining about the field goal at the end in the fourth quarter there. They needed 3 scores no matter what to tie. So that's one of your scores. That's the play right there. Then they went for the onside kick. The one thing I will say, and there's people saying it's not what it was, the fact Fickle didn't use any timeouts with 2.5 minutes left. And in his presser said, well, we needed those for the offense. No, you don't. Like, you can't assume you're getting the ball back. And it looked like when the defense saw no timeouts were being taken, I think they thought the coaching staff folded in that position. When you had this coaching staff come in and all off season in their first year said, you guys couldn't have 4-quarter games. It's the first time in a long time I saw a 4-quarter game by this team. And I think the coaching staff gave up on them.
Wow.
Whether that's the case or not, I don't know. But it really seemed that way, that the white flag was waved by Luke Fickell. And then you saw Michigan really try to score at the end of the game there. until they got within the 5 and then decided not to. It's I think Sharon Moore wanted to put up points on a guy from Ohio State, and I think somebody got in his ear and said, "No, we won this. Let's just back off here." But still, it was it. Yeah, I think the coaching staff didn't coach 4 quarters there, and based on what we saw from the Maryland game to this Michigan game, I don't really know if we saw a team that maybe was preparing 2.5 weeks for Michigan and maybe didn't have a full implemented week of Maryland game plan. So for as underprepared as you looked during the Maryland game, you were that much prepared to face Michigan and make it a competitive game. And that just from week to week can't happen. So it'll be interesting to see what happens on a 1 week preparation for Iowa here. And hopefully you have something that's somewhat reminiscent of what we saw versus Michigan rather than anything we saw versus Maryland, especially since I think I've been seeing Iowa might be starting their backup quarterback, who, by the way, Iowa has had more backups start in the last 3 years than Wisconsin, and they have 18 wins out of those starts.
Oh.
So it's not a backup quarterback problem. It's
right.
a coaching staff development problem. And yeah, swings and misses on bringing people in who probably don't need to be here, I think.
Right. So looking at that Iowa game, as you kind of alluded to here a little bit, homecoming too, right? Homecoming this weekend.
Yeah, homecoming. So they're wearing the late 80s throwbacks. So who knows what we're going to see. I really like, it's kind of funny. Like the last throwback we had was when they reopened Camp Randall and they wore the 62 Rose Bowl era uniforms. Outside of that, anything you think looks cool for Wisconsin, a lot of people want those red helmets with the Buckies on them. That was synonymous with the worst stretch of Wisconsin football ever. The block W outside of 5 years of Dave McClain also was bad football. The W in the oval, also bad football. I mean, after the 60s Rose Bowl, I mean, the program tanked for 30 years.
Right.
So I mean, you almost have to just make up jerseys rather than celebrate the past with Wisconsin football. And I don't think a lot of people realize that I think we're about to be in an era, it looks like, of uncelebrated Wisconsin football.
Yeah, yikes. So with Iowa coming into town, I mean, is it typical Iowa? You mentioned the backup quarterback and such, but defensively and such, is it going to be a struggle, a big time struggle again for this Badgers offense to score points against Iowa, do you think?
Yeah, and I think we see that with the lines. It opened at 3.5 for favorite for Iowa. It's staying at 3.5, so I don't think people like their offense. They don't like our offense,
Yeah.
and relatively looking at things, you're looking at kind of mirror images because both leading passers. Ours is Danny O'Neal, who's not going to be playing. Are only have like 600 and some odd yards passing, and when you're looking at the rest of it, nothing really looks good for either offense. But defensively, I mean, you got the number one rush, still the number one rush defense with the Badgers. I think they're still number one. Iowa, just a solid defense altogether. They had a shootout with Rutgers, but I'm not sure that's really indicative of what they had there. I mean, still, I guess, only gave up 28 to a high potent offense like Indiana, held them to 20, and really a late touchdown there is what gave Indiana the win against them. So overall, still a stout defense, still something you're going to have to make plays. And I mean, what we've seen in the past, especially against games with Iowa, got to have to win the field position battle with special teams. And it's just one of those. You're going into it not sure what team is going to show up now, because we had a glimpse of at least a competent game plan defensively. Offensively, they're still an enigma. So we don't know what we're going to get. You're averaging 10 points a game in the Big Ten. Granted, it's only 2 games, 18 points overall per game. So it's out there on terms of what Wisconsin is and will be moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Well, before I ask you for your predictions, such, just kind of looking at the Big Ten and college football overall, I mean, James Franklin, so I'll ask you, who gets let go? Who gets let go first? Is it Fickell or James Franklin at this point?
Oh man, I don't know. Anybody know James Franklin buyout numbers? It's really one of those you don't know. I know I actually was with a friend who's a Penn State fan and watched the Penn State UCLA game, and he, as soon as they got the ball back and were driving at the end of the game, he just goes, "Oh yeah, we're gonna lose this."
Man.
And I was like, "Oh man," he goes, "He doesn't know when to call anything, and he makes the wrong decision every time." And he got a call from like a group call after the game, and he was just like, "I'm done with this guy. He needs to be fired now." So
Wow.
I mean, we're not the only ones, but yeah, he's done with the experiment of James Franklin. So I don't think he'll get fired, but could be a parting of the ways near the end of the season if things don't turn out the way they should. That they in Texas, what are the fastest preseason number 1 and 2 to drop out of the top 25
Wow.
in history.
Wow.
Took 5 weeks for that to happen. Whereas the previous top number 1 to fall was USC. I forget what, in 2012 they were preseason number 1. It took them 10 or 12 weeks to fall out of the top 25. So yeah, I mean, just an epic downfall of the Texas we know being back. And once again, why another one just proves the point. Why do we have preseason polls?
Right, exactly. So I Googled it quick. This was from last month. James Franklin has a $56.66 million buyout. Whew.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. So he's going to keep his job.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow.
Who knows? Maybe they'll drum up some recruiting violations like we saw that UNC is now looking for.
Yeah.
To get out and have a 1 million, either a $0 buyout or just firing with cause.
Right. I mean, I can't say what I want to say, but a blank show that's going on.
A cluster.
Yeah. I mean, that whole thing is just, I mean, I think we all kind of questioned it at the beginning, but I mean, this has got to be worse than I think anybody probably expected going on in North Carolina.
Yeah. That's one. I mean, you hear Bill Belichick. I mean, depending on reports, I mean, yeah, Belichick saying he's committed to UNC. UNC's coming out and saying we're committed to him. Then you have reports from within the program of coaches saying he's been distant and really hasn't been doing anything. You have the Hulu documentary getting shut down that was supposed to follow them throughout the season. You have him going to the clause of the $1 million buyout if he can go out and find a TV job or a better landing or a soft landing for a coaching job. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens here moving forward with North Carolina. But yeah, the total whiff. And now Mac Brown doesn't look too bad
Right.
from what he was doing as coach.
Right. All right, RJ, before I let you go, prediction time. If Wisconsin is going to win this thing, what are a couple of keys to victory for this thing too?
Well, you really have to shut down this Iowa offense and make it a slugfest. We know our offense is going to have trouble scoring. So really this defense, your leading receiver on Iowa has 179 yards on 10 receptions. So it's not the most potent offense out there. Their defense, though, is like I think they're giving up like 15 points a game or something like that. So they're a top 20 scoring defense, and it's a team you really need to value your possessions on offense and put points on the board. You cannot have the whole, score, punt, interception, field goal, and expect to win. I mean, you 10 points will not win this game. Most of the time, 10 points won't win a game. Actually, I think historically in a Wisconsin-Iowa game, 10 points will win a game, unless you totally forget Iowa's just going to run the ball down your throat. And you said we had to stay in the dime because they might have passed. So if that happens again, the next firing should be your defensive coordinator, even though he's much improved this year. We'll have to see what's going on. But it's putting points. Don't settle for field goals, and make this Iowa offense really work for it. And I think the defense we've seen so far this year, outside of being well overmatched against Alabama and then underprepared for Maryland, we've seen a defense that should be able to at least limit this Iowa offense and hopefully force some 3-and-outs so you can have your defense be rested and not give up 42 points and a mile's worth of yards in one game. So I think if that happens, you have an opportunity to steal a win here. And then the next game you might have a chance in is Minnesota.
Yeah, man. All right. So what you rolling with? Did they cover? What's the spread again? 3.5, you said?
Spreads 3.5.
Okay.
Iowa's favorite. But I don't think Wisconsin can cover in this one. I want to be wrong, but I'll keep Wisconsin at their Big Ten scoring output, and I'll say 20-10 Iowa.
Oh man! All right, Art. Well, enjoy homecoming, I guess, with the other
I'll
festivities.
certainly try.
Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully, I can enjoy the game, but I know I'll definitely enjoy everything else leading up to it. And then, hey, I'm going to the Packer game Sunday, so hopefully that turns out well too.
Hopefully, you get a win there at least.
Yeah,
so,
that'd be nice.
Really quick prediction: Brewers, do they get it done tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I think we saw the Cubs' best chance last night, and they only won by 1.
Mm-hmm.
Still couldn't hold up the Brewers to, after the first inning run. I don't think they have enough arms in their bullpen to make this work. They might be trotting Boyd out there again, who, great. It's a guy who now, I think, going into last start had a 9 ERA against the Brewers. So we'll see what they do this time, because they didn't expect the Brewers to swing. So he was piling in the strikes.
Mm-hmm.
Then when they swung, he started trying to hit the corners and missed horribly. But yeah, if it is Boyd, I think the Brewers, I mean, yesterday they played their we don't need a sweep lineup last night and still only lost 4-3.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm waiting to see what the umpire scorecard says, because I think, might have been a little heavy towards the Cubs. So if it's like, a half a run that the Cubs gained, that would be the third in a row that they've got a half a run or more based on the umpire scorecards. And they're only 2-1. So like the Brewers tonight, I don't know if it'll be, another 7 or 9 run output, but I think you can see them a little better tonight, especially since probably going to be a little colder,
right?
At 8:08, and you won't have to worry about too many home runs because, I mean, outside of the power alley they found twice, once
Right.
by each team,
Yeah.
on some good hits, it's going to be a little damper and fly a little less
Yep.
tonight.
I agree. All right, dude. Hey, appreciate the time, buddy. Enjoy the weekend and hopefully enjoy a win tonight by the Brewers, man. And we'll talk with you next week.
Absolutely. Sounds good. We'll talk to you then.
You got it. There you go. There's RJ Cardinal, our Badger analyst from our sister station, The Zone in Madison. All right, let's take a quick break, regroup, and we'll be back after these quick words. Coming up at 9:05, we'll catch up with Mr. Eric Balkman, fantasy football experts, answering your Week 6 lineup questions. So text those on over at 715-830-1912 if you want to get any help with your Week 6 lineup. All right, let Eric Balkman help you out with your lineup. So got a few of them already, but you still have a little bit to get those on over. We'll get back to some more Brewers talk as well as we get set for game 4 between Brewers Cubs tonight. So should Freddie Peralta start tonight? Do you go with a little bit of a bullpen? What would you do if you were Pat Murphy tonight? That's kind of been the question that we've thrown out there so far this morning has been, who do you throw out there? Who do you throw out there? A lot of people have different responses to this. So let me know. You can, again, text it or join in on the video stream. Who do you think that the Brewers should start for game 4 tonight? Do you roll out your ace or do you try to save him for a potential game 5 situation? What would you do if you were Pat Murphy? From the responses that we've gotten so far here, it's maybe about like 55% save Freddie Peralta. Not quite 50-50. I would say it's a little over 50% for Freddie Peralta. So go ahead and continue to send those on over with your thoughts and analysis. So I do want to touch a little bit on some green and gold. Packers get back to practice as such. We know that they, will in fact be going up against Joe Flacco for a second time this year. The Bengals, Zach Taylor, head coach for the Bengals, yesterday announcing that he would be starting this game going up against the Packers on Sunday. So I do want to hit that up coming up here in just a little bit. I do got to play a little catch up. So we're going to take our quick break before we wrap up the third hour and get into a little fantasy football chat. So let me do that. It's a really short, quick break. So we'll catch up on our breaks here and be back to wrap up that third hour coming up after these quick words. All right, I told you it'd be a quick break. All right, we're already back to wrap up the third hour here. Got some more texts saying, start Freddie. Start Freddie tonight. Go for the win, says Jim. Mark also saying, go with Freddie. Pick up this game 4 win, and let's move on to the NLCS. And then we've got a Luke chiming in saying, go with the bullpen. Keep this Cubs offense guessing. Keep Craig Counsell guessing on what you are going to do. Have not seen anything officially yet. So we'll in the next hour or so we'll keep you updated if anything does pop up. It seems like, it very well could be a rematch in the Game 1 series. Matthew Boyd potentially going to be going here for the for the Cubbies. So if it is Matthew Boyd and it is Freddie Peralta, very well could be that rematch from Game 1. So Freddie Peralta, he has pitched really well at Wrigley Field this year. We'll go through some of the numbers again in case you missed it in the first hour. But, not only is he the ace of this staff, but he has put up really solid numbers at Wrigley Field this year. So does that factor into it a little bit? I think it does. But we'll break it down a little bit more coming up in the next hour after we talk some fantasy football with Mr. Eric Balkman. Packers-wise, again, we'll probably get into it a little bit more depth in this final hour here. But if you saw the injury report yesterday, you're probably thinking, dang, what's going on with Green Bay? But really look at it. Only 2 players did not practice. That was Devontae Wyatt, and that was Anthony Belton. Everybody else was either limited or full, which no big surprise for some of these. But Zach Tom and Aaron Banks practiced again. So thumbs up. Maybe trending in the right direction to play this weekend against Cincinnati. I would venture to guess that Devontae Wyatt probably not going to be playing this weekend in Green Bay against Cincinnati. So, but I guess we'll see what the injury report looks like coming up later on today after practice. So, Joe Flacco, Packers will be going up against him. Zach Taylor making it official yesterday that their new quarterback will be the starting quarterback. Micah Parsons also saying yesterday he's got to get Flacco. Hasn't gotten Flacco yet. Got to get to him. So maybe he'll have a chance this weekend. Offensive line stinks for Cincinnati. We know Flacco isn't the biggest scrambler in the world. So I would think there's going to be some opportunities or some chances for Parsons to add Flacco to his sack resume. So, but shot clock's going to cut me off here in about 30 seconds or so. So final call for any questions, fantasy football questions for Mr. Eric Balkman coming up in a few minutes here. So send those on over. Text it 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. So, come on there, C-Bomb. What are you doing? All right, 3 in, 1 more to go. We'll kick it off with some fantasy football chats, get back to some more baseball talk, getting set for Game 4 tonight. Brewers, Cubbies, predictions, keys to victory. Who do you start? We'll talk about that and more after these. Well, we'll be back after these news updates. It is the final hour on this Thursday morning, a game day Thursday morning, as we get set for a late one tonight between the Brewers Cubs. First pitch is going to be at 8:08 tonight. Who's going to be the starter? Who should be the starter for both Brewers and the Cubs here too? So, will it be Freddie? Will it be a bullpen? Will it be something something a little bit different? What do you think? If you're Pat Murphy, who would you start? What would you do? How do you handle this pitching decision? Send those on over. You can text it to us at 715-830-1912. It's Thursday, 9:05 though, which means we are going to be talking some fantasy football with our experts, Mr. Eric Balkman, who is joining us here this morning, I believe. Eric, can you hear me okay there, big guy?
Good morning, Dan. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Before we get to a little fantasy football, let me ask you, do you start Freddie tonight or do you go bullpen start for the Brewers?
My inclination is to go with Peralta here, and if there is a game 5, then you will have hopefully a fresh bullpen. I think that the way to play this is Peralta's on regular rest. There's no reason to rest him more. Close out game 4, get a good 6 innings here. Uribe didn't pitch last night. McGill didn't pitch last night. You're set up with a good Peralta start to end this series tonight.
I'm with you. I don't like getting into the mindset too of playing for the next game. You know, just let's get this thing done tonight. So
I think too. I mean, like they had a lot of pitchers go last night. I'd much rather go with the bullpen game in game 5, if there is a game 5, rather than game 4.
I agree. All right, let's get to the questions here. We've got Chad with the question: injury decimated and bye weeks this week. He's got a PPR flex: Theo Johnson, RJ Harvey, or Tajay Spears.
Theo Johnson is tonight against the Eagles, which isn't the greatest of matchups. Spears actually just came back last week, and I think he got a little dinged up in that game as well. So I don't necessarily know if I'm trusting him. And RJ Harvey, man, I don't know. It's probably a decent matchup this week against the Jets, but J.K. Dobbins has looked really good. I lean towards Theo Johnson tonight. He could end up being the number 1 target for Jackson Dart this evening, so I think I'd go with him.
We got Luke asking a wide receiver question: Brian Thomas Jr. or T. Higgins?
Boy, which guy's more underperformed this year, right?
Right.
I mean, both of these guys have been disappointing. Obviously, Higgins because of the quarterback situation. Brian Thomas, it looked like he started to piece together some stuff on Monday Night Football against Kansas City. They get the Seahawks at home this week. I think he had like 4 grabs that game, and the 5th one got called back because of penalties. I think I like it a bit more than T. Higgins. Higgins going against the Packers, granted with Joe Flacco. Just don't know where the chemistry's at yet there. When we know it's established with Thomas and Lawrence, at least partially. So I think you play Thomas over Higgins.
Another wide receiver one. We've got Calvin Ridley or Jameson Williams.
Calvin Ridley had his best game of the year last week, and Cam Ward really showed out. They get the Vegas Raiders this week, and Las Vegas, the pass rush just has not been there consistently. So you'd like to think that Cam Ward is going to be able to set up for those deep throws to Alec Iamaner and Calvin Ridley. So I do like Ridley quite a bit this week. Jameson Williams, guy that's just been underperforming this year, and I miss on him in a couple of leagues. Hopefully he gets it together against Kansas City this week, but he'd be on my bench in this case. So I'm definitely playing Ridley over Jameson Williams.
We've got Ben with a running backs question. Should I start Cam from the Giants or J.K. Dobbins with the Broncos?
Scatterboo has taken over that backfield, although we found out Tyrone Tracy is not on the injury report, and he's going to go against the Eagles tonight. Not a great matchup for Scatterboo, obviously. The other running back here that we're deciding between was who again, Dan? I'm sorry.
J.K. Dobbins.
Dobbins, thank you very much. Yeah, Dobbins has been unbelievable so far this year. I think it's close between these guys, but because the matchup is better for Dobbins, I'm going to play him and sit Scatterboo. Just don't know how much Tyrone Tracy is going to affect the Scatterboo workload tonight, too.
We actually have somebody asking, should I consider benching Derrick Henry going up against the Rams this weekend?
Yes, you should consider that. It's not a great matchup. It's Cooper Rush. The offense looked awful last week. I know it's a home game, but guys that you may have drafted after Derrick Henry that I would definitely start over him. Scadaboo is a good example. I mean, I think I'd probably start Scadaboo over Derrick Henry this week. Krosky Merritt for sure. Dobbins, Rashad White. I'm assuming that Bucky Irving's not going this week, so you're going to play White over Henry. Judkins, Rico Dowdle if Chuba Hubbard misses. I mean, all those guys should be started over Derrick Henry this week.
Dobbs or Pittman PPR?
Dobbs is every time I kind of write off a Packers receiver to trust, Dobbs comes up with a big game. And he did against Dallas 2 weeks ago with the 3-touchdown performance. He gets the Bengals. I'm assuming this is going to be a Josh Jacobs, Emmanuel Wilson game, but there's certainly a possibility. I mean, you do have to pass it. Love is going to have to pass it at least 20 times in this game. So Dobbs is interesting, I think. And the other receiver that we're deciding between is
Michael Pittman.
Michael Pittman Jr. Yeah. My Friday night co-host, one of his favorite players. He loves Pittman. I like the matchup for Pittman this week as well. I think I'm going to go with him. I don't believe he's on the injury report at all. So yeah, Pittman over Dobbs this week.
Handy Andy with a quick question. He says, I feel like I've almost asked this one every week. Do I even bother with A.J. Brown anymore?
Yes, you do. You do bother with him. But there are players that I think you can start in front of him. Pittman would be one. I look at Xavier Worthy, Stephon Diggs coming off his big week. You'd start him. Tet McMillan, Cortland Sutton. Those are all receivers you'd play over him, obviously. And I think you got to consider, Marvin Harrison Jr. over him. You got to consider Ladd McConkey, Chris Olave over him. I think in those last two, I'd probably still go Brown. But, certainly it's weird because the Eagles kind of shifted to, I don't want to say a pass-heavy attack, but they definitely put more of an emphasis on the passing game last week. And they got their first loss of the season. So, yeah, tread lightly with A.J. Brown. But I still think, you just can't banish him automatically to your bench.
We've got Chris with a quarterback question. I don't have the greatest quarterback situation right now. So do I go Sam Darnold or Drake May?
Yeah, you are preaching to the choir. I got plenty of Brock Purdy, Lamar Jackson teams this week that are a hurting unit. So I'm actually playing Darnold in one of my Lamar Jackson leagues. I think that his matchup against Jacksonville is solid. Jacksonville's defense has been great for fantasy, but they're actually allowing a lot of passing yards this year. I think 28 passing yards per game over expected. So that's one of the highest totals in the league. So you got to look at Darnold right here as a serious consideration. And I'll tell you what, man, Drake May last week against the Bills, mother of God, did he just look like an elite quarterback beating Buffalo in Buffalo at Orchard Park. That was exciting. He gets the Saints this week. This is a great matchup. I do like Sam Darnold. I'm playing this week, but man, if my other option is May, I gotta go Drake May.
We've got Kevin with a defensive question. He says, I like Green Bay's defense going up against Cincinnati, but they're not turning the ball over. Should I still start them against Cincinnati?
Joe Flacco is going to give you chances at interceptions and certainly fumbles this game for sure. So he'll put it in harm's way. Packers have to find a way to take advantage. I love the Packers defense this week. You never like to predict turnovers, but if there was ever a week that the Packers were going to start turning the ball over, as far as their defense goes, it's this week. So yes, I would play them.
Bloomer Tony's got a question. He says, I have to pick two out of these because JJ and Evans, or JJ's on a bye and Evans is injured. So he's got Jerry Jeudy, Jameson Williams, DK Metcalf, or Jacoby Myers.
I think you got. I think it's going to be Metcalf and Myers for me. Metcalf gets the Browns defense really tough to run on that team, so it could be a game where Aaron Rodgers is looking to Metcalf, and he's a big play type receiver too. So I think he's probably my favorite out of those four. And Jacoby Myers, I mean, say what you will about him, but this dude is performing. He's playing well. Probably a low ceiling, high floor type play against the Tennessee Titans this week that will give it up, and probably no Brock Bowers, right? So Myers should be the featured guy in that passing attack.
Chad with a question, running back, Michael Carter or Haskins from, I was going to say San Diego, Chargers.
Yeah, that's true. I'm still doing that years later too. I like Michael Carter quite a bit this week. We saw that he was the running back that you want to own and play in fantasy football. And that was even before Amari DeMarcado's brain fart at the goal line too, which I know did not endear him to Jonathan Gannon. I like him at Indianapolis significantly better than Hassan Haskins, who we're just kind of speculating. We think he's going to be the running back to play, but we don't know. what's going to happen. I have much more confidence in Carter's volume, which is why he's the play over Haskins.
Got a tight end question here for you. Do I go with Mark Andrews or Mason Taylor?
Boy, Mason Taylor had his coming out party last week. We talked about the Ravens offense earlier in the Derrick Henry question. I don't think you can, in any sense of the word, trust Mark Andrews this week, and I think he is a fairly safe bench this week. Mason Taylor, we thought that he was going to develop, or had a good chance to develop, into the number 2 passing option for Justin Fields in that offense. Bad matchup this week, but if Garrett Wilson is getting Patrick Surtain, this should open up a lot of stuff for Mason Taylor, who had 9 catches on 12 targets underneath last week. That could be the same case against Denver. Yes, you sit Mark Andrews in favor of Taylor.
I got another question just asking, should I continue to start Keon Coleman from the Buffalo Bills?
It kind of depends upon your options. I think in a start 3 wide receiver league where you have a flex, I think Coleman makes some sense as a flex this week. I don't really want to play him as a number 3 receiver. I think there's better options out there. I know Atlanta gives it up, but they're coming off the bye. The Bills are on a coming off a loss or whatever. I think there's better options out there, at least this week. Cooper Kupp, Rashid Shaheed, Dobbs, we talked about earlier, I think would be better. Shakir, I would rather obviously play than Keon Coleman. Wan'Dale Robinson, Ridley. I think he's passable as a sort of a deeper league flex, but I would try to look elsewhere.
Another wide receiver one, too. This is from Rick. He's wondering, should I continue to stash Chris Godwin on my roster or look for somebody else that's maybe contributing a little bit more?
Yeah, the thing is, if you want to trade him, that's fine. I'm fine with trading him. But you don't want to drop him because there is potential in that Tampa passing game. Mike Evans still hurt. I understand that once Evans comes back, it's pretty crowded there. But bear in mind that while Godwin's usage went down last week, his slot percentage went up 50+%. And I think that's good. That's what we want to see from Godwin. Remember when he was crushing it last year before he got hurt? He was doing all this damage in the slot. So I think you got to keep him around unless somebody gives you a pretty good trade offer. And then I'm fine with selling him for 85, 90 cents on the dollar.
Last one for you. We got a quarterback one. Trevor Lawrence or Drake May?
Not close. It's Drake May this week. I don't know what's going on with Trevor Lawrence, but some of the quarterback play, some of the decisions that he was making against the Chiefs on Monday Night Football is not plays and decisions that you should be making when you've had this much experience in the league. Drake May has been in the league a lot less of time, and he looks already like a much better quarterback. I think that May, when you consider the matchup too against the Saints, he's a slam dunk over Trevor Lawrence this week.
He's Eric Balkman, Fantasy Football Players Championship, High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, RotoViz, Better Network. Also check out his show at The Score in Appleton. Dude, appreciate the time as always. All right, quick prediction. Brewers get it done tonight or not?
I think so. I think the Brewers get it done tonight. It wouldn't surprise me if it went to Game 5, but I think it ends tonight.
I hope so, man. I hope so. Hey, appreciate it, buddy, and we'll chat with you next week, okay?
You got it. Enjoy your weekend, Dan.
You got it. There you go. There's Eric Balkman. Good stuff, as always, with Eric, and a big thanks for all of you for tuning in and sending in some questions for Eric for him to answer. A reminder, that's every Thursday. So if you need help with your lineups, every Thursday around 9:05, Eric will be answering your fantasy football questions. Let's take a quick break. We'll get back to some more baseball talk, shall we? Let's do that. All right. Do you start Freddie? Do you go bullpen? What would you do? Let me know. You're Pat Murphy. What would you do? We'll be back in just a little bit. When it comes to groceries, meals, and convenience, families in Eau Claire count on Hy-Vee. From fresh produce and quality meats to ready-made meals and everyday essentials, Hy-Vee has everything shoppers need all in one stop. Friendly service, great selection, and weekly deals that help you stretch the budget. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire makes shopping easy. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. And two, tonight, maybe grab some Dan Good Burgers. 6-pack of Man Cave Light. Get some new swag to rep your favorite teams. Remember, they've got the team shop over there where you can even get some stuff to represent your favorite high school teams too. So they get it all. You can literally get it all at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. All right, getting set for Game 4 tonight. Brewers, Cubbies. After the Cubbies picking up a 4-3 victory against the Brewers last night, we get a Game 4 on the docket for tonight. How do you think this is going to be played? Who do you think is going to get the starts? We've got more picks for Freddie Peralta, as Tim in the Cooley region says, start Freddie. I'd rather have a bullpen start at home, a bullpen pitch at home. A couple more just texting in saying Freddie. So honestly, I feel the same way. I'd rather go Freddie. Kind of like what Eric was saying there too. I like where his mindset was. You know, you went through some bullpen guys yesterday with a shorter start from Priester. Go with Freddie tonight. You would expect he's probably going to get you 5 at least. Maybe help out that pen a little bit. And as he noted too, McGill didn't pitch. Uribe didn't pitch. We have yet to see Robert Gasser and DL Hall too. So, and then maybe you could rest more of your bullpen guys, and it's like all hands on deck for a potential Game 5 situation. I'd rather go with Freddie tonight instead of, thinking about Game 5. Let's win Game 4. And especially when you consider Freddie Peralta has been pretty darn solid at Wrigley Field this year. We went through the numbers in the first hour, his numbers at Wrigley Field, and let me bring them back up here because I think they are worth noting. Obviously, he has a ton of experience pitching in Wrigley Field, but if we look at his regular season this year, okay, let me bring it up here. Here we go. So Freddie, when we look at his splits and kind of look at what he did at Wrigley Field, 2.45 ERA in 2 games, 11 innings pitched, 12 strikeouts, did issue 5 walks, 3 earned runs total. I mean, that's solid numbers, considering it is Wrigley Field and on the road. Going up against the Cubs overall, if it is Freddie Peralta, he's played them 4 times this year, just looking at the regular season. 3.43 ERA, 21 innings pitched, 22 strikeouts. He has struck out more Cubs players than any other team this year. Now, he's played 4 games, which everybody else, I mean, you look at Pittsburgh, he's got 3 games, and then everybody else is like 2 or 1. So, numbers-wise, yes, he's gotten more opportunities and starts going up against the Cubbies. But regardless if it's Peralta or a bullpen start today, in Murphy we trust. I think that's what we have to go with. In Murphy we trust. Whatever decision he comes up with, whatever decision the team overall comes up with, I think we got to trust Murphy. A couple days ago when we were talking about Game 2, and, it was a consensus. A lot of people were like, I didn't know if I was, gung-ho about the bullpen starts, but it worked out. He was right. In Murphy we trust. So if we say that after a win and after the results, we got to keep up with that same energy and that same mindset for this game, heading into this game. In Murphy, we trust. That's got to be the mindset. But if we're making predictions and going to speculate on what he's going to do, I would think it's going to be Peralta. I could be completely wrong. And he may come out with another trick up his sleeve. But we'll see. Brewers, what are the Brewers? So the Brewers, I don't think they announced. They just posted something a few minutes ago. It says, embrace the challenge, game day. So nothing official yet on who's going to start. And then on the flip side, too, if you look at the Cubs, do they start Matthew Boyd, who started game 1? He was on 3 days rest for that one. But do they go Matthew Boyd? Do they save Matthew Boyd for a potential game 5 and do a bullpen at home? Cubs are kind of in a similar position. Who should they start, or who will they start? Who's in a better position when it comes to the pitching? I kind of think it's the Brewers right now, to be honest with you. I feel like Brewers have a little bit of a little bit of an advantage when it comes to the pitching. And I would assume, if it is Matthew Boyd or if it's a bullpen or something like that, we might see the lineup that we saw the first 2 games of the season. Maybe Cheerio. The part with Cheerio batting leadoff, Yelich, we saw batting leadoff yesterday. Cheerio moving down to the second. Was that more so from the pitching side, or does Cheerio's hamstring hamper that? I mean, we saw when he hit the double yesterday, when Pete Crow Armstrong, missed the catch. Cheerio had to slide in second and just beat it. You could tell the hamstring is affecting him a little bit, or at least it's in his mind. So do you still keep Cheerio as a table setter batting leadoff if he's a little bit hampered by that hamstring, or maybe he doesn't have, shouldn't say maybe because it's obviously clear, he doesn't have full speed? Do you still want him batting leadoff if he's going to be that guy getting on right away and you don't have a ton of speed? Do you alter that a little bit? Or do you roll with what's just been working? Just get on base and then figure it out after that. Do you put Frelick back at leadoff to try to maybe get him going a little bit more? Because, Frelick's my guy. All right? He's my guy. I'm wearing his Timber Rattlers jersey right now. I know he got an RBI yesterday, but I'd love to see Frelick collect 3 hits tonight. Bring that energy. Dude had an amazing catch yesterday in right field. I don't envy any of those corner outfielders that have to play at Wrigley Field with the lines that close, especially when you're on a full sprint and then you're sliding and catching. That was a fantastic, absolutely amazing, fantastic catch by Frelick. I don't know how that guy does it. He's a Gold Glove winner for a reason. I don't know how some of those outfielders do that, playing the corners over at Wrigley Field. It's a dangerous thing. You slide a little bit too late, you're sliding into a hard wall and ankle, knee, lower leg. Ooh, that would hurt. That's got to. Ooh, I'm just cringing thinking about that. But you look at last night's game, and we talked about it yesterday. We knew the Cubs were going to want to come out right away and try to put up a crooked number right away. Try to bring that aggression right away. And they did. They went after Priester. And Pat Murphy was honest about it after the game, said, yeah, I think the moment got to him a little bit. Cubs took advantage of that. They went after him. But you got to tip your cap to the pitchers that came in for the Brewers after that, specifically maybe like a Quintana and an Anderson and Chad Patrick. They stopped that bleeding. They kept the Brewers in that game. And Brewers were chipping away, getting closer. Just ran out of time. They had opportunities. Bases loaded, runners in scoring position. But when you're 2 for 9 runners in scoring position, that's not going to help you load up that scoreboard there a little bit. Now, Cubs were also just 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position last night too. But you look at it outside of that first inning, Brewers are right in it. And I think a lot of you too that were chiming in earlier this morning and even last night, you were like, man, I thought the Brewers were still going to come back. And if you just watch that first inning and then you check the score afterwards, you're like, okay, what I had stopped watching was 4-1 and the Cubs were just absolutely, hammering the Brewers. And it ended up being 4-3. So maybe you take some solace in that. I don't know. I do want to see. It's almost like it's kind of weird when you think about it. Now, I don't think there's anything to this, obviously. But the team who scored first so far in this series has lost. Think about it. Cubs scored first in game 1. Cubs scored first in game 2. Brewers scored first in game 3. Then they've gone on to lose. So maybe don't score. We keep saying put up runs early. Maybe no. Maybe don't. Maybe wait till the second inning or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it's like don't be the first one. Kidding. But just kind of an interesting little nugget to throw out there. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll talk some more Brewers, though. Continue to send us your thoughts. 715-830-1912. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right. Again, reminder, it's going to be a late one tonight. 8:08. 8:08. First pitch for Brewers Cubs tonight. Be a little chilly at Wrigley Field. Send me your predictions. Who you got? Before we get to our picks coming up at the back end of this hour, who are you going to roll with? Are you comfortable with the Brewers? I will say, when we did our 715 Speaks poll question, brought to you by Post Glass and Mirror on the Sports Talk Facebook page, got a lot of confidence from Brewers fans. Got a lot of confidence from Brewers fans. More so, it looked there was a lot of confidence for Game 3, but a ton of confidence for this one. 92% of you so far voting for the Brew Crew. So, yeah, I definitely see that. So maybe there's some more so picks with the heart than there is with the head in that. But we'll get to if you didn't vote, or if you did, don't matter. Hit me up with your reason why, and give me who's going to be kind of. We've been doing it the last couple games. Who are we going to be talking about tomorrow morning? Be nice. I don't want to. I don't want to jinx anything or not, but I will just say this: if the Brewers win, not only will we have our Brewer guy Brandon with us tomorrow, but he might be making a declaration. I'm just going to say that. Give me a heads up. I'm just going to say that. So don't want to jinx it. Not going to say anything else. But where's the vibe? How you feeling? Where's the vibe on this? A lot of it, I think, is maybe a little bit of uncertainty because we don't know the pitching. We don't know who's starting. We don't know if it's going to be Freddie. We don't know if it's going to be a bullpen. We don't know that, right? And I understand that the vibe might be a little bit of an unknown. But if we're operating under the assumption that it is Freddie, my vibe's good. I'm feeling good. And let's assume that maybe it is going to be Boyd going for the Cubs. So a rematch of game 1 of this series. Now, odds are Boyd probably will pitch a little bit better than what we saw in game 1. I mean, if we're playing the odds there, that's probably going to be the case, right? But let's look at what he has done against the Brewers outside of that postseason performance. Let's look at what he has done in the regular season. If I can bring it up here. Come on now. All right, so Matthew Boyd again, operating that he is going to be the guy in the starting line, the lefty for the Cubbies tonight. When we look at what he has done this year against the Brew Crew, so he has pitched 2 games against the Brewers, 7.84 ERA, little over 10 innings. He has given up 9 earned runs, a couple home runs. He has walked more guys than he has struck out, 8 walks compared to 5 Ks. If we look at his numbers at Wrigley, though, 2.51 ERA and 89 innings, a little over 89 innings pitched. So let me see if I can get to those 2 games that he went against the Brewers during the regular season. So, I mean, obviously they've had success against him in the regular season, but also postseason, shorter rest and such. But when we look at Boyd for the regular season now, he went up against the Brewers back. Oh, where is it here? So he was at Milwaukee, played against the Brewers at Milwaukee July 28th. That's where he picked up the loss. He went 5 innings, 5 earned runs, just 2 strikeouts, but issued 5 walks against the Brewers. Then, at home against the Brewers on August 19th, picked up the win. However, he had 4 earned runs, given up 4 earned runs in 5 1/3. So, I mean, if we use these examples and we even throw in the game 1 start, Brewers have had success. The Brewers offense have had success against Matthew Boyd. Even though he's a left-handed pitcher, remember last year that was kind of the narrative surrounding the Brewers offense was going up against left-handed pitching. It's like, oh, we're doomed. Stink. It's not going to happen. But the Brewers overall have had success. First of all, better success against left-handed pitching this season, but in particular against Matthew Boyd, they've had some decent success going up against him. So if it is Freddie and it is Boyd, my vibe for the Brewers is pretty high. I'm gonna go with a 7. And I'm only basing it off of the facts, the numbers, and a little bit of what my gut's telling me. But I will say this, and it is Thursday, so it is a little, am I wrong? But if Freddie does start tonight, you have got to win this game if you're the Brewers. I'll go back to what Brandon Woodruff said last week. When Freddie starts, we have to win these games. He is the ace. He is the guy. He's the horse. And I agree with what Brandon Woodruff said about Freddie Peralta. This was the exact quote. We need to win every game he starts. We really do. Then we can piece stuff together. But if he could drive the bus for us, it's going to take us a long ways. He also went on to say, I feel like the last 2 years, he assumed that role of being the guy. And it's like he's caught, not a lot of flack, but people harp on him for not pitching deep in games. I think this year, we've seen why he's mixed his stuff. He's grown as a pitcher, watching from afar and watching him today. This was last Saturday. Even with the leadoff homer, I'm watching him take his time, take a breath. Honestly, pitching in the playoffs, that experience helps. We got exactly what we needed out of him. Boy, wouldn't it be nice to have Brandon Woodruff right now, though, too? But I agree with Woodruff. If Peralta is starting tonight, we need to win that game. We need it. He's on the mound. You got to get that victory. And I think if he's on the mound, there's this confidence that also goes to the rest of the team. The position players, the offense. Oh, Peralta's on the mound? Okay. We're feeling good. We're feeling good about our chances. We got to do our job now. Freddie's going to do his thing. We got to do our job to help him out now. It's like a lot of things. If you've played different sports, it's like, baseball or something like that, and you're like, oh, the stud pitcher's on the mound today, it almost gives you a little bit of boost of confidence as well. It almost gives you a little bit of like a little more edge or a little bit more swagger to it. And I think if it does come to that where it is going to be Peralta, it's that trickle down effect for the rest of the peeps or for the rest of the players on this team. Freddie's on. All right. It's go time. It's go time. Everybody check in. And let's help out our guy. Let's get this W. We got our best starter on the mound. We got to do our job. That's what I want to see from the Brewers. But will my pick matter if it's either Freddie or a bullpen? Will it matter? Well, let's do some picks, all right? We'll take our quick break and then be back to wrap up things with some picks coming up after these quick words. All right, time to wrap up things here this morning. Let's do some picks. Before we get to the the game that most of us is going to be paying attention to tonight here. Let's do some NHL picks too, because we got NHL games in action. Season has also begun this week and such. We got the Wild that are going to be starting their season tonight. So let's go through some NHL games before we get to the then we got an NFL game coming up tonight too, a little Thursday night football action. It's a good reminder. Don't forget to get your picks in by going to sportstalk1051.com, clicking on the Fan Cave tab. You guys know the drill. Get your picks in for week 6. Okay. I had to do mine this morning. I almost forgot. I've been so much into baseball mode here as of late. So, all right. Chicago at Boston. I'm going to go Boston. This is NHL games. I'm not going to do all of them, though. Let's go Islanders, Pittsburgh. I'm going to go Islanders. We'll do Rangers, Buffalo. I'm going to go Rangers. Let's do Stars versus the Winnipeg Jets. I will go with the Stars. Let's go then Anaheim and Seattle. Oh, tugging at the heartstrings here. The Ducks versus the Kraken. I'm going to go with the Kraken now. They're my team right now. I got to go with the Kraken. So, and then Wild taking on the Blues of St. Louis. I'm going to go with St. Louis. Going to go with St. Louis. So, all right, let's do the lone NFL game. We've got Eagles versus Giants Thursday night football. The Eagles coming off of their first loss of the season. Okay, so this line has moved up quite a bit from what it was yesterday. So 7.5 point favorite for the Eagles. Yeah, I'm going with the Eagles. Especially when coming off of a loss, maybe a little bit more motivated, more focused. Yeah, I'm going to go with the Eagles. And I think they cover by 7.5. All right, we got 2 playoff games tonight for Major League Baseball. Philadelphia taking on the Dodgers. They're going to be up first. Sanchez is going with the Phillies. Tyler Glasnow is going for the Dodgers. It's a heck of a pitching matchup. I'm going to go Phillies. I think Phillies bounce back and they get the win and they force a game 5 back in Philly. Gonna go with the Phillies. So, and then Brewers Cubs. Looks like Cubs are a little bit favored here. Not by much, but a little bit favored here. So, if Freddie Peralta starts this game, you have to win this game. As Brandon Woodruff said, anytime he starts, you have to win this game. I don't want to focus on game 5. I want to focus on game 4. You're up 2-1 in this series. I understand the thought process that you'd rather maybe, have your best pitcher available in an elimination game. But I don't like thinking about or planning ahead. Focus on the now. Win now. Win tonight. If that has been your mantra, if that has been your mindset, if that has been what you have been preaching all season long, winning tonight, then go and win tonight. So if Peralta is on that mound, you win tonight. If your mindset is to win tonight, you pitch Peralta, you start Peralta tonight. He has had success at Wrigley Field. If he was on short rest, where it was like 3 days, that's different. And I get it. The Brewers, they've been given a little bit more extra rest to their starters. A little 5-day rest. This is a little bit more of a normal 4-day rest. But this is the postseason. This is a chance to knock out the Cubs. And this is a chance for you to move on to the National League Championship Series. Win tonight. Focus on game 4. Don't be planning about game 5. If you have to get to game 5, if it goes to game 5, you worry about game 5 after this game. Focus on game 4. That's the mindset to have. And I think if Peralta is that starter, you're going to see that confidence from his teammates. There's just going to be that little bit of extra juice. It's like, oh, yeah, we got fastball Freddie. Let's go, man. Let's have his back. We know what he's going to do. It's our time as offensive players, as position players, to do our job now. He's going to do his. We got to do our job. Once he's on the mound, once you have that ace, once you have that horse on the mound, it changes a little bit of the confidence. You know, you're going to have players say, well, we got confidence in anybody who's on the mound. But when you got your number one guy on there, there's a little bit more confidence. Like, oh, yeah, we are going to get that job done. We are going to get it done. That's what I hope to see. I want to see Freddie Peralta tonight, and I want to see us wrap up this series and move on to the championship series, to the National League Championship Series. If it's not Freddie, if it's a bullpen, I'm still confident in my Brewers because I think they're in a better pitching position right now with some of their bullpen guys. They still got guys they haven't used who could give you a couple innings here or there, like a D.L. Hall or Robert Gasser, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I still feel like the Brewers are in a better spot. You look at that game outside of the first inning, Cubs did nothing. A lot of emotion, backs against the wall for the Cubs in that game. Brewers bounce back, get the win tonight. That's my pick. They get the win tonight, and tomorrow on Friday, we get to talk about National League Championship Series. And maybe we'll know the matchup. Based off my picks, we won't, but maybe we will. Let's get it done tonight, though. Let's not get to a game 5. I know it's in Milwaukee. Let's just wrap up this thing right now and send the Cubbies back into hibernation. And then they can talk all offseason about what's wrong with them, what they got to do, and freak out. And while we're still playing some playoff baseball, let's get the thing done tonight behind Fastball Freddy. All right. Hopefully, we're talking about a win tomorrow. Positivity. We're going to talk about a win tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Same place, same time tomorrow morning. Talk to you then.